What's up, apes? Lady apes, gentlemen apes. Cheers to the ape community, lady apes, gentlemen apes. It's been, what, 2 months already since my last video? Well, I gotta make an update. I'm still holding on to AMC and GME. But I gotta tell you the truth, I'm not adding any more positions. Well, because my family comes first and the bills comes first. But I am still keeping my faith in AMC and GME. Now, overall, the macro picture is that the Fed may stop raising rates. However, the money supply may still contract. And so the overall stock market, now I'm not being bullish, I'm not being bearish, I'm just in a sideline, wait and see kind of mode. Now, okay, this is in Taiwan. This is a city called Taichung City, and I'm in the middle of work, doing MC work. That's why I'm dressed like this. This is a night view of Taichung City. Oh, this looks better. Okay, so hold on to your AMC and GME shares, and let's wait for the situation, the macro picture, to take its due course. The hot topic right now is default or not. I don't think the US government will default, but it depends on the negotiations. But I won't go into politics. I don't understand the politics there, but it is making people nervous about whether or not the government will default. Let's hope that doesn't happen. If that happens, it's going to be chaotic because it hadn't happened before. It hasn't happened before. Not in a sense that other economies, other countries have defaulted on their debt. The US has never done that, and so let's hope the US never will default. So hold on to your AMC shares, hold on to your GME shares, and take care of your family first, your bills first. If you have any leftover money, still wait for the right time to add more shares. I do not think it is the right time to add more shares. Okay, the light is turning greenish on me. Green is good. Green light, okay. Green for AMC and GME. Okay, so well, basically, I'm just holding on to the shares, okay, and waiting for the macro picture to change, for the situation to change. You know, in investing, timing is very important. Timing is everything. Now, some ideas about investing. First, choose the right target, the stock. Choose the right stock. Choose the right company. Second, choose the right timing. Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah. In addition to AMC and GME,
all of a sudden now, for some reason, the macro picture matters.
And I am also looking at AI stocks like
you and everybody else.
NVIDIA. But
yeah. Oh yeah. Look at NVIDIA.
Love, of course, is still AMC and GME. Okay?
Yes.
Like all of you.
Good time to buy in. Let me tell you.
Ape Andy here saying, take care to all lady apes and gentlemen apes. Love you all.
Let's see here. We got, good evening. We got the futures opening in about 25 seconds here. And yes, I'm here today. So we'll get into this. Let me switch over. We can actually get it on time today. Probably. Okay, 10 seconds. Yippee. Here it is. And what do we got? Gap down. Gap down in stocks. What about 0.3% in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500? Dollar's going down a little bit. He said he was looking at NVIDIA. Aha, right. Good time to buy in, I think. Fantastic time to buy in. Also, AMD, Delta, great time to buy in. How about Apple? I don't know. What's some other one? How about SMH? Semiconductors. Oh, exploding up. Great time to buy in. Intel legitimately might be a good time to buy in. Maybe. I don't even know. Tesla? Is that an AI company now? I don't know. Probably always a good time to buy in there. Anyway. I've got one right here.
So this Frankie, man, let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion. May not necessarily be factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I say in this video. I'm not an attorney, man. Like I say, I'm just an entertainer, man, on YouTube talking about the stock. No, sharing what I feel about our short squeeze play. Do your own DD. What I say may not necessarily be factual. Look, I want to give a shout out to Common Sense Investor. I think he's doing a good job, at keeping us, keeping us aware of what's going on with the lawsuit and going over the different documents and stuff like that.
Well, we may have to go check him out then.
Man, that a lot of people really understand that when it comes to Adam Aron and AMC, that Adam Aron and AMC right now at this point, when it comes to the lawsuit, they are at war with their own shareholders. I don't think, man, a lot of people, they really understand it. And you got to make a decision, it's just my opinion, as to if you're with Adam Aron and AMC or if you're with the shareholders. Because what they're wanting right now with the lawsuit is really not in the best interest of shareholders, if you ask me. See what I'm saying? And in my opinion, when it comes to this lawsuit, I think Adam Aron, I think AMC, I think this is just my personal opinion. I think, man, they've been using manipulation. I think they've been deceptive. I think they've been deceitful. And I think they have been using misleading tactics when it comes to this lawsuit. That's just my personal opinion. And see, I think they'll do whatever's necessary in order for them to win. And look, prior to the judge, look, like I was saying, I was watching, shout out to Common Sense Investor, on the last video that he did as far as the special master's letter. Prior to the judge giving us the approval to be able to see the discovery information, AMC and Adam Aron, they did whatever they could to block us from being able to see that discovery information. They, like I said, they've been...
Oh, they're able to see the discovery information, so that means there's going to be nothing in it, nothing important in it. They're letting them see it.
Misleading and being deceptive. They've been doing what they've been doing the whole time. They don't want us to really know what's going on as far as the lawsuit, so they was trying to block us from seeing the discovery information. So they told the judge we shouldn't be able to see the discovery information because we didn't have plausible objections. And not only did we not have plausible objections, we were just trying to get access to the discovery information because we was looking for information synthetics. And I'm like, it's 3.8 million retail investors. So first of all, in order for a lot of us to do our objections, man, efficiently, we should have, if we want to, we should have, access to the discovery information. But like I'm saying, man, look, how do they know that the reason why 3.8 million retail investors may want to look at the discovery information because we're looking for information on synthetics, or we all don't have plausible objections? See, they just, like I said, man, they was trying to be deceitful and deceptive, and the judge caught on to it, and they just threw something out there just to try to prevent us from having access to it. But in my opinion, man, the judge wasn't going. So the judge opened up the discovery information for us to be able to see it. You see what I'm saying? And it seems like, man, to me, also, this is just my personal opinion, man. Like I say, I ain't no lawyer. It seems like to me, the plaintiffs in our lawsuit, they're supposed to be representing, man, retail investors. It's just my opinion, may not necessarily be factual. It seems like to me, they trying to work along with Adam Aaron. It's like, man, they trying to protect Adam Aaron. It seems like to me, man, they trying to suppress information just like he's doing.
Or they're actual shareholders and not apes. And, because they have some semblance of reasonableness, they realize that, hey, getting a few extra shares, sure, we'll take that. We're long-term AMC shareholders. Why wouldn't we want a few extra shares in the split? So, I mean, is that siding with Adam Aaron, or is that recognizing the value of what you are being offered? Unlike the apes, who are like, if it's not $100,000 per share or $100,000 plus per share, then we don't even want to talk about it. Okay, $1 million or zero, there's no third option. Volume is low. Uh-oh. Let me make sure that I've got my audio settings right here. Okay, that should be right. Test. Oh, why is that not in? It's not. Okay, testing, test. Maybe that's a little bit louder. Maybe that's a little louder. Can you hear me any better, Model 3 dude? Okay, yeah, it's and I got the mic closer to my face and gave it a little gain, pumped the gain a little bit there. So, all right, cool. Let's keep going with Frankie.
And they trying to block us from seeing particular certain evidence. So I really don't trust, man, the plaintiffs in this lawsuit that's supposed to be representing us. That's just me, man. I really don't trust them. You see what I'm saying? And let me say this, man. People, man, got to understand this. The fact of the matter is, when it comes to everything that's been going on with our short squeeze play, with this stock, look, I don't trust Adam Aaron because this is what I know. In my opinion, man, it was impossible for short sellers to come in and destroy our stock over a 2-year period and destroy our portfolio without the help of AMC insiders. It's no way, man, that they could have done what they did to our stock and do what they're doing to our stock now unless they have the assistance and the help of AMC insiders. That's just my personal opinion. That's how I feel. And see, if you got any shareholder, man, in my opinion, they out there saying that, look, there was nothing that Adam Aaron couldn't have done, because a lot of us feel like it's synthetic shares, billions of them. A lot of us feel like the stock has been corrupted over the past 2 years by these criminal billionaire hedge funds. So if you ask me, man, this is just my opinion. If you say that there was nothing that Adam Aaron couldn't have done about the synthetic shares allegedly and about the corruption that's in our stock, I say you're a liar. I said that you outright lying. And this is how I feel. I feel like, in my opinion, man, the experience that a lot of shareholders have with Adam Aaron, it's like a bad relationship. It's like you're in a bad,
here we go.
toxic relationship. You see what I'm saying?
Frankie's brilliant analogies.
People, man, be in a relationship. They know it's bad. They know it's toxic, but they used to the person. They used to being in a relationship, and they don't want a change. They don't want to change, so they stay in a relationship, although they know it's not good. But at some point, something happens to separate them, to break that relationship up. And then when that happens, man, it end up working out good.
So the apes are caught in a bad romance, in other words.
They end up having an awesome relationship with that person. You see what I'm saying? And they be like, man, I wish I would have done this a long time ago. I should have left this person a long time ago. That's the way I feel with Adam Aaron, man. I feel like, man, it's a lot of people out there that can do Adam Aaron's job. They got a plethora of experience. Some of them, man, they've been CEO before. They have a lot of managerial skills. They have a lot of education. They can do the job, man, even better than Adam Aaron. And see, you see what I'm saying? And I hope that, before retail investors, man, find that out, I hope that they don't allow, man, Adam Aaron to run the stock into the ground and then retire before they find out, man, that it's some people out there that can do the job better than him, and people should have done something about him being the CEO and doing all the things that he's doing a long time ago. But I bet you this, though. I guarantee you, hedge funds, short sellers, these billionaire hedge funds, I guarantee you, man, they don't want to see Adam Aaron leave. They don't want to see Adam Aaron leave. Why would they want to see Adam Aaron leave when Adam Aaron and
most likely they don't fucking care.
They help the short sellers make billions of dollars with our stock. Why would they want to see Adam Aaron leave? You see what I'm saying? They've been benefiting, man, from Adam Aaron being the CEO. We're just the shareholders are the one that really just haven't been benefiting from Adam Aaron being the CEO. We benefit from it. And see, like I said, man, Adam Aaron, in my opinion, he's not on our side. He don't want to see us win. He don't want us to have a short squeeze. He don't want us to have a free and fair stock market. Not retail investors. He's a 1%er. So, man, I think that retail investors, in my opinion, if you going to Adam Aaron or you listening to Adam Aaron and you trying to get advice about our short squeeze play, you trying to get advice about our stock, and if you listening to him and you want to give up 90% of your shares because he asked you to, I think that you're making a major mistake. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you for taking time out to watch the video. Have a nice day.
Okay. AA airport tape. Yeah. Yes. They don't care. So I've got this, found this article here. This is from July of 2022. Let me get this in. Da-da-da, there we go. Almost. There it is. Seeking Alpha. AMC Entertainment. Another CEO doesn't understand short selling. Okay. AMC CEO has talked about pounce on short sellers. Short sellers cannot hold down a winning stock. Okay. I just want the general thing here. Today we hear that AMC Entertainment Holding CEO Adam Aaron has done the same thing, calling out short sellers. Here, remember this tweet? I keep getting asked when pounce. Know this. 1, I always keep my word. 2, I publicly said a pounce would not happen before second quarter 2022 earnings are announced. 3, press release today. Da, 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 right? Okay. And also he made, this is a previous tweet. Quote, your ire and anger directed at short sellers is evident. I hear your suggestions that we should call for more market regulation by government, or that we should take more company action by issuing a cash, gift card, or NFT dividend. Stock has run out of steam as the meme investor crowd ran out of money, and the stock has dropped back to reality based on its underlying fundamentals. Now that the company has seen its stock tumble again, are we to believe the CEO that the only thing holding back the company's stock is an unruly bunch of shorts? Compares it to what Musk said, blah blah blah. Okay. The problem with these CEOs is that they cannot admit their own influence on the lower stock prices and declining sentiment in the company. For Tesla, it was based on delays to the Cybertruck, which had already been priced into the stock. The company's valuation had also changed ahead to eye-watering levels at the peak of the free money 0% interest rate party. For AMC, the stock should have never traded as high as the $70 mark. That was pure speculation, and CEOs never complain or call for government regulation when valuations are skewed to the upside. True, they don't. The reality is taking a short position on a stock is as dangerous as trying to catch the bottom. It's about price finding, and if companies can provide real value creation, they can blow out short positions in the same way that more bad news can hurt bottom fisher. Okay. And it's just talking about the fundamentals here, yada, yada, yada. But the conclusion, I hate to see CEOs calling out short sellers for underperformance in their stock prices. There are two companies that should not complain about valuations, then it's Tesla and AMC. AMC and its CEO are clinging to 2021's performance, which was the perfect storm of a price bottom and speculative mania, which squeezed shorts. Even if the company tries to short squeeze positions again, which are much lower this time around, the reality is this is a loss-making cinema turnaround stock, and the market will eventually catch up on valuation again. Okay, so this was July 2022. What was the stock doing then? Well, let's see. Oh, it was here, maybe around $10. So it's currently around $5. So yeah, and look at this too. Actually, yeah, this. We missed this call because we haven't been on as much lately dealing with some stuff, but we missed this call from Ants Trades. He said a couple weeks ago that price levels will be back to January 2021 levels. Here, we highlighted it, we called it out. We got this little bubble here. We called it out, and now we're doing the reconciliation, and it looks like that was another failed prediction by Ants Trades. Stock volume is at the lowest level. Yeah, it looks like it. It sure does look like it, doesn't it? We got 10 million of volume, 10 million of volume. Wow. That's piss poor, as they say, piss poor. 10.6 million. I mean, 10 million Thursday and Friday, 13 on Wednesday, 11 on Tuesday, 12 on Monday. Just total, absolutely piss poor volume. Anemic, one might say. Wow, insane. Okay, what is you know what? What does this guy have to say?
Hey friends, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. I'm just on a walk, but I want to talk about AMC stock.
Walk and talk.
Because I believe there's two.
He wearing a shirt
coming up that are potentials for short squeeze. And
hope he's wearing suntan lotion.
I've been talking about them lately, and one of them is a potential court-ordered share count.
Court-ordered share count. Oh, okay.
I don't know if anyone's even spoke on this yet, but I'm speaking on it.
A court-ordered share count. Here we go with the share count thing again. Yeah, right. All right.
Right now, and the reason
speed him up a little bit
is because no one has got their postcard yet that was mandated by the court from AMC. So what I'm thinking is we'll find out in a few days, because the deadline, I think, is the 25th. So really, we've only got about 3 business days left for people to get their postcard. I don't know why they'd be cutting it so close like this, honestly. Like, we're 3 business days away from AMC not meeting the deadline, okay?
blame Donald Trump for gutting the United States Postal Service. I don't know.
Okay. And I did 2 polls, one on Twitter and one on my YouTube. The one on Twitter was much smaller. Only 200 people voted because I don't have a very large following on Twitter. But like 95% of the people said they didn't get theirs, and that's on Twitter. And that's where all the people that love Adam Aaron live. They live on Twitter. So anything I post on Twitter, I usually get attacked by Adam Aaron's yes boys and by those that blindly follow him. So that's hostile environment right there on Twitter. It's a hostile environment. But I posted the poll there.
Yeah, no shirt. He's not wearing a shirt.
We got 200 votes. 95% of the people said they didn't get their postcard, right? But how about the one on YouTube? I did a poll on YouTube. Hasn't even been 24 hours yet. We got 1,000 votes on YouTube so far in less than 24 hours. Okay, friends? On our channel here, Stocks and Crypto Plays. And guess what? 97% of the people said nope, they didn't get their postcard. 97%? These are pretty large polls. Okay? And my thought is we've got 3 business days left. And oh look, there's a deer right there. Look guys. Oh, I can't switch it here.
Cool.
Were you guys
Now,
able to see the deer? I don't know if the camera goes that far. Oh wow, here, look again.
where the hell? I don't care. I've seen deer.
Okay, I don't know if you guys were able to see that. I just wanted to switch the camera, but it wouldn't let me because I got it on selfie mode. There's a deer right next to me, like on this walk. It's like 2 feet away from me, 5 feet away from me. Anyways, back to the AMC, friends. I do think that we're 3 business days away from the deadline. Why would AMC send these out to where it gets to you right at the deadline? I don't know. I think something's up, and I think a lot of people, even if
Something's up.
most people aren't going to get it. So what does that mean? That means
You know what? I got a clip for this one.
Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
we have synthetic shares because
Oh,
AMC leadership, Adam Aaron and the board, gave certain numbers to the judge and said this is how many shares are outstanding. Oh wow, there's another deer right there. What the heck?
it's a sign. It is a sign.
I don't know. Let me see if I can show you guys real quick.
Sorry, don't care about Bambi.
I hope you guys were able to see that because I don't know if you did or not. I can't tell on my end. But anyways, I hope you enjoyed that. That's how close I get to the deer on this walk. It's really amazing. And so, yeah, my AMC thought is 2 potential short squeeze catalysts. One
Ooh,
is if we don't get the postcards, if the majority of us don't get the postcards, the judge
If
is gonna
the
be angry. He's
majority-
gonna know something's up.
if the majority don't get the postcards, then that's a squeeze catalyst. I'm writing this down. I am writing this down. Where's my window? Where's my window? Where did the window go? Too bad it wasn't a bear. That would have been funny. Well, anyway. Oh. Okay. So if the majority of something, if the majority of people don't get their postcards, then the judge is going to know something's up, and then it'll be a squeeze catalyst. How? That'll cause the shorts to cover?
Postcards. If the majority of us don't get the postcards, the judge is going to be angry. She's going to know something's up. We have the power in our hands, friends, because we can email the legal team that is responsible for hearing our voice as to whether did we get the email or did we not. And the nice thing is you can just email to them so you have a receipt, the date and the time that you sent it to them, whether you got your postcard or not. And then when a judge finds out that most people didn't get their postcards, she's going to know something's up. So my thought is we can request a share count and also a forensic audit of the vote. Maybe Mr. Brian Tuttle can assist us with that since he's been so great with his legal paperwork. And I can request that of him.
Is that a joke?
Because, he does
That's a joke, right?
respond directly
I don't know.
to me, on my email, as well as we have correspondence in other ways too. So maybe he would be open to that. And I know he watches the channel. He told me he watches the videos of mine, and he watches the channel, Mr. Brian Tuttle. He's been one of the most successful AMC apes as far as fighting this corruption legally. He's put up a great fight for us. So,
has he? Okay.
Catalyst number 1, I just told you. Catalyst number 2 for the short squeeze would be once this starts, panic sets in, and if the shorts that have been shorting AMC start to panic, they're the ones that are going to move the price. If they start to panic and they start to buy on chain, and they start putting orders on chain, and they unpark them, and they put the buy orders on chain, AMC is going to run. If they
unpark, on chain, what does this mean? What is the meaning of this? Unpark and on chain. I have no idea. I think by on chain he means on exchange. But I don't know what unpark means. That's a Lewism, I think.
They panic, if the short sellers panic and they want out, even the smaller short sellers. Some of these banks like Wells Fargo, Citibank, we obviously know Sagan involved with short.
How do we know? No, you don't. You don't know that, obviously. How do you know who's shorting it? Unless they've told you. They don't have to tell you. You don't know. Ugh.
Vanguard.
And if the banks have been shorting AMC, then they've made money, haven't they?
They're all in on it. Okay, so we don't know who's going to get nervous and jump ship if they find out the majority of the shareholders didn't get the court-ordered postcard from AMC. And why is that so significant? It's very significant because it proves there's synthetic shareholders. Because AMC, there's no way they can send a postcard to all the shareholders. How many do you think there really are, friends, that actually hold shares, including synthetics? I mean, hundreds of millions. I don't know, dare I say into the billions?
People?
So we're gonna find a lot of news.
Did he say shares or people?
How many do you think there really are, friends? They can send a postcard to all the shareholders.
Wait, hold on.
Synthetic shareholders. Because AMC, there's no way they can send a postcard to all the shareholders. How many do you think there really are, friends, that actually hold shares, including synthetics?
Listen.
I mean, hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions of shareholders, okay?
I don't know, dare I say into the billions?
Billions of shareholders. No. Absolutely not.
I think it's very possible.
No, it's not.
So we're going to find a lot of news real soon. So stay close to my channel, hit like, hit subscribe, add notifications. I just told you 2 potential catalysts. 1 is the postcards.
Jesus Christ.
Is the short sellers panicking from people not getting their postcards, you know, in conjunction.
Billions of shareholders. Hundreds of millions, yeah.
All right, friends. 2 catalysts for a short squeeze.
Jesus Christ.
I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just out in nature, getting sun.
Just out in nature.
Very healthy for you.
Yep.
Hope you enjoyed seeing those deer.
Loved it.
As well. Hit like, subscribe, and notification. Share the video with a friend. Talk to you soon. Have a great day.
Okay. Good Lord. Okay, now next we've got this, I believe, is Adam Aaron.
Did you talk to about
Robert again. Hey. I know it's a long flight, and it's a big, yeah, good. I know it's a big week for us, right? Well,
the boat.
Yeah, the boat's pretty good.
The boat's pretty important.
It sure is. It is Tuesday morning. So yeah, so I'm gonna show up in person.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, and just kind of check out the place. I mean, I've been to corporate. This will be the second time now.
What brought you there the first time?
What's that?
What brought you there the first time?
Work. Yeah, I was in the area, so thought I'd just kind of hang out for work. Yeah.
Are there any highlights,
Yeah.
specific
I'm looking forward to it.
time?
Question for you though. You know,
Oh,
move away from Kate.
there's a transcript. Aha. It's not a very great transcript, but
Yeah.
But I've been around business for 50 years, 40, 50 years. I haven't seen anything on quick $8.
I mean, it's all, if you were just to do a quick Google search,
Right.
you'd be able to find it, right? I mean, it's not, it doesn't take a rocket science just to do a quick, just a couple taps and
Just saying. They've been perfect.
So-
Uh,
he's talking about the auditing, the accounting firm there, and we heard that part of the clip.
worse than any of the other big four firms? No, I don't.
Yeah, I'd expect something to that degree. And then, how often do you follow some of the YouTubers on, like, following AMC? Do you follow them pretty
I
regularly?
read Twitter a lot. I don't watch them.
Yeah.
Most of what they write is not true.
There's a really interesting individual. He goes by the name of Common Sense Investor. Have you heard of him?
No.
Well, he's got this idea to really revolutionize the AMC Theater YouTube channel and monetizing it and ensuring
Jesus.
assuming there's that 4 million that you're talking about globally, getting us on board to start sharing it on our Facebook, on our social media, and so that we get the clicks, and then using that capital for some type of dividend, even if it's a small percentage, right? Saying, hey, you guys take over the YouTube channel, show me what you can do.
Take a look.
Just, yeah. Well,
What's his name?
Common Sense Investor. If you were to look up Common Sense Investor
On YouTube.
on YouTube, but I don't want to burden you because I know it's 12 o'clock at night tonight.
Yeah,
and,
12 o'clock, yeah.
and I'm going to see, well, are you going to be present walking around, the AMC corporate headquarters
I'll be at the meeting, but I'm actually getting on a plane
right after?
right after. Yeah.
Okay,
So
what time will you be departing? Because I'd like to be able to connect with you.
and it's going to be really, on Tuesday it's going to be really tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I'll shake your hand, but there's not going to be a lot of time to talk.
And so is John going to be there?
Who's John?
I want to.
Merriweather?
Yeah, Merriweather. Yeah, your
Yeah, he's gonna be
first
there. I don't know what he's going to be doing. But we're all going to be scrambling to implement the vote.
I know it's going to be, and it's ComputerShare that's helping us with all that, right?
Right.
Do we really trust ComputerShare at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, even though how they handled APE and how it just became a debacle, people were getting shares, people weren't.
It wasn't computer share, it was brokers.
Or the brokers.
The
Okay.
brokers. And some brokers handled it very well, and other brokers did not handle it well.
Yeah.
But that's those are brokers' things. Yeah, computer share's been fun.
I want to give you my card. This
Okay.
is my information. I want to leave that with you. So
Sure.
what I do for a living is I bring Google Street technology inside businesses and virtualize them. And so I was wondering if I could have your permission to virtualize AMC Corporate while I'm in the area. Just kind of show people what it looks like inside corporate, all that kind of stuff. So in my backpack is all I have is my gear and my tripod. And it's essentially what the car does, but just inside their facility. So
Maybe the ground floor, but not beyond that. You know, honest to God, with the amount of guns in America right now, and with
I want to keep it kind of tight.
with some of the hate that we see on Twitter,
Yeah.
the more we show, the more we expose ourselves to people who are a little
Yeah.
off the rocker.
But then, those people, regardless of what we're trying to accomplish here as a community, those people are going to exist.
Yeah, but the more you
Regardless,
show them
yeah.
the inside, the more you expose your security flaws.
Last time I was at corporate and I tried to get in, there's a strict screening process from my recollection,
Still is.
and they don't let people in like all willy-nilly. Like you do have to get
Right, but
you have to
that's
have
why.
credentials.
But that's an example of why it's a good idea to keep security tight.
Yeah.
Because there are some crazy people out there.
Yeah.
You should see what I see on my Twitter feed. Most people are very
Yep.
nice. Most people are very positive, but
Yep.
there's a lot of hate out there.
Yeah, I was a gentleman at the Phoenix location that caught about maybe 8 videos. Your very first appearance, one of your very first appearance
Right.
on the just right before the Super Bowl.
Right.
To capture a lot of video, and I captured a ton of content, and it helped cleared up a lot of concerns
Right.
that we really had that have been ongoing.
Right.
And one of the things we wanted to know is how do we get the faith community to really work alongside you and behind you?
Well, I think let's see how the vote goes. But if they vote the right way, then they are supporting what we want to do, and they're buying a lot of tickets to go to theaters. And apparently, this weekend they're buying a lot of popcorn.
They are.
So,
and that's what we've been pushing. Is we've been pushing the popcorn, we've been pushing movie theaters, and we've been showing our DNA, what we're trying to accomplish here for quite some time.
What are you trying to accomplish here?
really dictates what we really stand for, what we don't stand for. I think what a lot of investors are looking for is, you know, something we would call a squeeze, right? To whatever extent that is, a squeeze. And I think what we're looking for too is something where we can take the money that we are, the profits, and put it back into AMC.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. So
for our kids, right?
So there are some ideas we have on what might come next, but
Yeah.
we're not ready, quite ready to go public yet. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
I know.
I got an hour drive to get home, so I'm going to leave
know,
it.
man.
But nice to meet you. Nice to chat.
It's always a pleasure. I hope I do get to see you in person, and I do appreciate all your hard work and your attention.
Wait, he's saying that,
I think what you have
and there's almost 40 minutes left in this video.
and so dynamic, and I don't want you to forget that because you really do have.
Oh, I tweet every day. I know.
Oh my God, you got hundreds of thousands of people
We have millions.
that are willing to go arm in
I
arm
know,
if
I
they
know,
can
I see
believe in you, if they can trust in what you're doing. But you got to build that. You got to cultivate that.
No, I've been cultivating
And
it
a
for
lot of them aren't
2.5
feeling
years.
built, and a lot of them aren't feeling cultivated. So, and a lot has to do with just your stance on where we're at with synthetic shares. You know, obviously.
Synthetic shares.
There are no synthetic shares.
There are no synthetic shares.
You know how I know? If there were billions of shares that were voting in this election,
You would see them.
yeah, they're not voting.
How do you know? How do you know computer shares? And
You know how I know? Because when we issued 517 million apes in August, to 517 million shareholders in if you guys are right that there are 4 billion shares, then the holders of the 3.5 billion shares would have said, "Where's my ape?"
right?
How many complaints do you think we got that you were a shareholder of AMC? I don't mean there was a 2-day delay or a 4-day delay because some broker screwed up.
Right.
But by middle of September, how many of the 517 million shares, how many told us they never got their ape?
I would say at least 100,000.
None. Zero.
None. Nobody
None.
complained to
Not
you
one.
directly.
No, they didn't complain to anybody. None. Zero.
Right?
Zero. There are no synthetic shares.
What about the on-balance volume that is
What do you
being
mean
tracked?
on-balance
The
volume?
on-balance volume. So the on-balance volume it tracks basically the performance of the stock, of the money flowing in and the money flowing out. Even though the stock is showing a steep drop, the on-balance volume is staying skyrocket. And if you were to compare that to like a Tesla stock and a Ford stock, you would notice the on-balance volume comes down and up over the course of time, right? But the on-balance volume, no one has sold. And so the share count that you are actually referring to doesn't even include our brothers and sisters from other countries. Like yeah, sure. So the EU.
Sure it does. Sure it
So
does.
they're able to vote, is what you're saying?
If their broker allows it.
Okay. But if their broker doesn't allow it,
And they can't vote. But you'll find out on Tuesday whether we have more votes coming in than we have shares outstanding or fewer votes coming in than we have shares outstanding.
I want it. I wish I could go walk alongside you, for a few more minutes. Can I walk you to where you're walking to? With your
I'm
car?
walking in my car,
Yeah, let's
but-
walk to your car. You lead the way, Aaron.
I think it's I don't know, it's very careful. I think the elevator is across the street.
No worries.
So, what the problem explains that we described is there is a lot of short selling on stock, and there's also a tremendous amount of option trading
Right.
on stock. Put right in the stock. But if there's more demand to buy the stock goes up.
Yeah.
If there's more demand to sell the stock goes down.
So your circle of influence, how sophisticated are you to bringing you this type of information? Are they somewhat or
I'd say very sophisticated.
very sophisticated? Okay. I only ask that because there's
Yes, over here.
Sure. Do you want me to help you one over there?
I'm sorry.
Sure.
What do you mean? I don't know who named Dr. South Cool, call it that. and then you start trading off exchanges. That doesn't mean it's public trading. That's just what it does. But a lot of it's crazy as you read about that. And you assume there's something that
I can't hear anything now. Ron, I looked for, I searched for synthetic share or synthetic stock share or something like that. And I went, did it on Google, went to, the tools and limited the date. And I basically searched for synthetic shares on Google before January 2021. So like before all the meme stock retardation. Because once you start allowing it to search 2021, then it starts coming up. But if you go back and, exclude 2021 and look, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Maybe some, yeah, like that, like lawyers pumping it, OTC CEOs and whatever else, but no actual valid sources. No, it's not in any mainstream media articles. It's just not a thing. And quite frankly, I don't know when it started. I just chose January 2021 because that's when everybody started getting fucking retarded about everything, it seems like, because of GameStop and all of the other shit meme stonks that ran with it. But yeah, every time they've tried to have a share count, it's more laughable than the last. It's more laughable than the previous attempt. And they've abused every mathematical principle and common sense in the process of trying to take a poll where they had 1,000 people respond and try to extrapolate that to 4 million. Oh, if 1,000 people own an average of da 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 da, well then let's extrapolate that to 4 million. And oh look, there's 6 billion synthetic. It doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. Synthetic Manny says synthetic shares are as real as the Easter Bunny and the MOAS. Right, exactly. Why would you waste your time with a fake share on AMC with little to no return and not another like Apple? Yeah, I mean, good point. Apple's got $170 to go that could potentially go down. AMC has $5 that could potentially go down. That's not to say it won't go down, but I mean, yeah, risk versus reward, it doesn't make sense. And then they're also talking about the cost to borrow, the cost to borrow. Oh, the cost to borrow. I mean, beyond all of this is the fact that there is literally no way. I mean, first, okay, let me back up even more. When you short a stock, it's the broker who locates the stock. Same thing for institutions. It's the prime broker who locates the stock. So a hedge fund literally cannot just say, oh, I'm going to naked short this. No, they can't. There's no way to do it because the broker is going to borrow it. They're going to procure the shares to borrow. The broker is not the market participant, the broker. So in that sense, Mark Cohodes and his hedge fund wants to short AMC. He puts in an order to sell 1,000 shares of AMC. Okay, he doesn't have it in his account, so it's a sell to open transaction, and the broker is either going to fill the order, which means that they have located shares and they'll be able to deliver them, or at least there is a reasonable belief at the time the broker has that belief and the trade goes through, or it doesn't because they're unable to locate them, or they don't believe at the time that they'll be able to be delivered in time. But Mark Cohodes has nothing to do with it. He doesn't locate the shares. He has nothing to do with it. He just submits the order. I mean, it, I am so sick of this garbage, just willful ignorance, willful ignorance. I mean, and it doesn't take that much to put forth a little bit of effort to understand how this shit works. Oh, I'm going to sell something short. What do I have to do? Well, what does the broker have to do? Well, it's not that hard. Not that hard. And I guarantee that a lot of these ape influencers have talked about this stuff, but it goes in one ear and out the other because they always punctuate it with this conspiratorial narrative. Well, this is what they're supposed to do, but do we believe that they do it because nobody's enforcing the rules? Then it's the brokers. Go after the brokers. Why are we even talking about hedge funds? Anyway, synthetic shares are as real as the Easter Bunny, as Santa Claus, as the MOAS, as Jesus Christ himself. Okay? I mean, it's absurd. It is a garbage narrative. It is oversimplified drivel designed to keep the most ignorant and willfully uninformed and weakest ones engaged. Period. That's all it is. It is essentially fake news. It is the concept of fake news. It is Jewish space lasers. Right? Jewish space lasers. It is the Jewish space lasers for the AMC apes. Apes are going to stay retarded forever, just like MMTLP baggies. We got to go look at Tony. We got to look at Tony's, see if Tony's got anything. Ron says, wait, Santa isn't real. No, he isn't, but lizard people are. Okay, alien, lizard, humanoids. Look it up. Look it up. We're dealing with some here in this play. Okay, I'm gonna leave this up. We might come back to AA. Hey, I don't know what's going on out there in Iowa, but the adults still believe in Santa Claus. It's all right. Okay, so, well, we have the futures gap down, and yeah, I don't know, and quite frankly, I don't care. I'm over it. I'm over it. I don't care. All right. So, what I want to do, I want to go. Well, let me just see what's here, but okay, nothing really, but okay. Market moves with Tony.
Let me give you an example of.
Let me give you oh, well, 7 days ago. Oh, he doesn't have anything. God dang it. Well.
Hello. Let me start by saying.
Hello.
Financial advisor. This
Hello.
is financial advice. This
Hello.
intended for entertainment and educational purposes only. As you can tell, this is not one of my usual videos. I wasn't planning to make a video today. But I saw this tweet and I felt I had to respond because I think it matters. So, again, I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. This information is intended for entertainment and educational purposes only. This is not an attempt to advise anyone to take any financial actions or buy or sell securities or anything like that.
Well, that's good.
This is just.
That's good since we literally can't buy or sell MMTLP. Isn't that funny? He still says, it's not a recommendation to buy or sell. That's funny. He's talking about a stock that can't be bought or sold.
Just my take on things, okay? This is just my belief structure and all that. So, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh? You're free to do anything you want, right? So,
thank
why
you.
am I making this video? It's because I saw this tweet. This tweet basically asked a really important question. Does anyone know what prompted this MMTLP settlement talk that seems to be infecting the community? How can any settlement be reached? If Nextbridge Hydrocarbons agrees to any settlement, they'll be bankrupted by shareholders, right? How can we be forced to sell our shares or accept dilution? This is all a bunch of hooey. No one can force you to sell shares. Your shares are your shares. My shares are my shares. No one can force me to sell shares. They can entice me to sell my shares with higher prices. That's the only thing they can do. They can entice me to sell my shares at higher prices. They cannot force me to sell my shares. That doesn't work. Okay. My response to this tweet is very simple. Okay. It's I would guess that the shorts and shills paid by shorts want to try to limit their losses by manipulating expectations, right? They want you to be happy. They want me to be happy with paying a small price to the shorts to let them get off scot-free. And I said, there are 65,000 plus really pissed off shareholders. We want justice. We want justice for the creation of counterfeit private company shares. It's called fraud, okay?
Well,
now the U.S. government takes a very dim view of...
Now he's talking about counterfeit here. Counterfeit. But you know, can someone tell the difference between synthetic and non-synthetic? Depends on what you consider synthetic to be, but if the definition of synthetic is that secondary long position that's created, which is an equity exposure, like that's real. I mean, you know, some people are holding that type of position, and no, there's no way to know that, because it doesn't matter. That's the thing. It makes no difference. It can be bought and sold just like any share or position in the stock. So it doesn't matter if it happens to be something that was sold by a short seller or if it was a long sale. But as far as I know, there is no, like, the brokers don't know. Nobody knows. The only thing is in the digital ledger that the DTCC uses to keep track of who holds shares in what company at what brokerage, or I should say, how many shares of each company are held at each brokerage, because that's what they know. They know that 1,000 customers at Schwab hold this. They know that 2,000 at Fidelity hold this. And if they get sold, okay, 10 shares from Fidelity got sold to 10 holders at whatever, Robinhood, whatever, that is the level of detail. But as far as I know, there's no other detail. So anyway, if Syntax would have taken one for the team with Pete Sessions, they may have had a chance. Who says she didn't? How do you think she got the picture with him? Yeah. Good point. We don't know.
Of people who counterfeit the currency of the United States government.
Well,
the same standard, I think, should be applied to counterfeiting private company shares. Okay.
Why?
Why do I say all of this? Okay, it's very simple. I've been saying that there's counterfeit shares and fraud going on for a long time. Why do I say all this? I say it because of this tweet. It should lay it out very simply for you, okay? People are trying to say, oh, well, there's a short position in this company whose shares cannot trade, called Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. What does all that mean? I'll simplify it. This is my understanding, and I believe this is what an understanding should be of it. What is a short position in a private company that does not trade on any market? Nextbridge Hydrocarbons does not trade on any market. It has never been intended to trade on any market, okay? A short position is a security that was sold and never purchased, okay?
They like to harp on this, that it was you know, it was never meant to trade, but they all traded it. And they want the power, they want the authorities, they want the regulators to allow them to trade something that these MMTLP baggies admit was never intended to be traded, yet it was traded, and they traded it, and it was halted expectedly. They still know that it was never supposed to trade, yet they are asking for it to trade for 2 days because they missed the end of trading. I mean, that is all that's happening here. That is all that's going on here, and it's quite frankly, it's pathetic, if you ask me. I mean, especially that he would say, punish fraud with and counterfeiters with prison. Okay? All right. Right.
The seller of that security is liable for the delivery of that security. Okay? If they can't deliver that security,
Actually, it's the brokers. We just talked about this. It's the brokers. It's the seller's broker. If they allowed the sale, then yeah. But if they do not deliver, that is fraud and counterfeiting? Not really.
it's called fraud and counterfeiting. They sold you something they didn't own, and they said, well,
But
we
that's
intend to
no,
buy it.
that doesn't matter. That does not fucking matter. That's what short sellers do. They sell things that they don't own. They never own it. Well, does it blow your mind, Tony? Yeah, a short seller who's legally short selling something is selling something that he does not own. Oh my God. But you know what? He has a contractual agreement to borrow that security. A contractual agreement, just like you have a contractual agreement with your bank to borrow money to buy your house. So, you know, if he owns a house, quote unquote owns, if he owns a house, then he is doing something just as bad as the short sellers, according to himself, according to his definition and understanding of it. Right? He's spent money that's not his, that he doesn't own. Well, he has a contractual agreement to borrow it, right? To borrow it. And of course, it's, you know, you pay for it, you pay interest, and it allows you to do things like buy large items that you don't have a lump sum to buy, right? Or to profit off of the stock going down when you don't own the shares, you can't sell them. So, all right.
Back later, but they knew that there would be no trading on that security after a particular date. Okay.
So then, and this argument is retarded too. They knew there would be no trading after a certain date. Okay. So guess what then? You can't close your long positions. Short sellers can't close their short positions. So, but I guarantee you more short sellers close their positions than this guy realizes. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Because I believe that people who are short selling this are probably more experienced than these clowns. This guy, you know, seems like this is the first time he's done anything like this, right? The short sellers who knew that this fucking thing was a piece of shit and was going to go into the toilet. It's not their first rodeo. So in other words, they closed. What is that pump towards the end? What do you think that was? Well, I'd say probably short covering. Anyway. But if they didn't, then they're, you know, unless they literally liquidate it after the fact, which FINRA hinted at. But anyway.
They had plenty of time to buy the security back that they sold you at some point in time, but they never did. And because they never did, those securities became counterfeited securities. They had plenty of time to
that is quite a leap there, Tony. That's quite a leap, and you've shown no evidence of that. Well, the fact that they didn't close their position, I mean, you said that nobody can force you to sell your shares. If that's the case, then nobody can force a short seller to close their position. I mean, it's only common sense. It's not that different. You have a position, it's a long position or a short position. Now you're asserting that nobody can make you sell your shares. Okay, great. By the same token, Nobody can force a short seller to close his or her position. And if they don't, that does not make it fraud and counterfeiting. It doesn't. FINRA even said an action like this would not compel shorts to close their positions. It does not force short sellers to close their positions.
Fitting. Okay? But they didn't. They
And
didn't.
how do you know that? How do you know they didn't? Where's the proof of that? I haven't seen anything from this guy showing that. I would say proving it, but not, I mean, not even proving it, not even showing it, indicating it. I haven't seen one piece of evidence indicating it. I don't know.
So I'm saying punish the fraud and counterfeiters with prison time. Okay? Prison time.
Oh, prison time, right.
If you don't want to be...
For an OTC fucking stock that you guys fucked up the trade on, give me a fucking break.
If you don't want prison time, you better have a pretty damned high price to clear out all of those counterfeit shares.
That's not how it works.
That you created. Okay? Clear out the counterfeit shares or go to prison. Okay? The only way to clear out the counterfeit shares is by letting the price go high enough that people will sell their counterfeit shares back to you, short sellers, who counterfeited the shares. If the counterfeiters can buy back all their shares, then they can avoid prison time. That's what I'm talking about, okay?
So what happens when they give you your 2 fucking days, which would never happen? This would never happen. I mean, and these are the same people that say that they want markets to be fair. But so, give me 2 more days, okay? Let's say that they do. And let's say that these apes or whatever you want to call them, MMTLP retards, they refuse to sell because they're waiting for it because they think it should go to $1,000 or more before they should have to sell. And guess what? The price fucking doesn't. And they still don't sell. What happens then? Huh? What happens then? Are you going to cry, "Oh, the shorts didn't close their positions. They didn't, we didn't sell to them because the price wasn't high enough." What happens then? You're going to ask for another 2 fucking days? I mean, there's no way for that to work. There's no way for that to work. I mean, really, there's no way for it to work even without these retards being the people that are, you know, involved here, who literally think they're entitled to, get rich off of a worthless preferred share dividend, whatever, that wasn't supposed to trade, but they traded it anyway. And now and then when it was halted, they said, "No, let us trade it, but it shouldn't be trading." What is the end game here? Because I guarantee if they were to reinstitute it for 2 days, half of the or more, most of these clowns wouldn't sell because the price would go nowhere. Because probably the people that wanted to close their short positions did. I mean, let's be honest here. Short sellers are informed. These guys are fucking uninformed as fuck. I mean, uninformed retail investors, like quintessential uninformed retail investors. So, but I mean, this is a fantasy. This is a total fantasy.
Forget all this crap about, having to, settle for a low price and all that. I'll tell you this right up front, okay? I'm willing to settle for a low price if every single counterfeiter goes to jail for 20 years and every single person who aided and abetted those counterfeiters goes to jail for a minimum of 10 years. That's what I'm saying, okay? That's my negotiating.
This guy should go to jail for 10 fucking years. I mean, for pumping misinformation, for not doing any fucking research whatsoever, and just generally being an idiot. You know what? Send him to Guantanamo. He belongs in Guantanamo.
I'm willing to settle for a low price if every single counterfeiter goes to jail for 20 plus years. Okay? 20 plus years in prison time. Every single person who aided and abetted the counterfeiting, right? This is called aiding and abetting a criminal and aiding and abetting criminal activity. They should go to prison for at least 15 years.
What about the social media fucking influencer pumper fucks like you? Huh? 10?
Aiding and abetting, maybe 10 years, okay? They were the lookout for the counterfeiters. If you don't want to go to prison, if you don't want prison time, my fallback position is I am reasonable. I'm willing to say, okay, maybe you don't have to go to prison. Buy back all your counterfeit shares. Buy back every single damn counterfeit share that you put into the market. Then you can avoid prison time. That's my negotiation position, okay?
What gives you the right to negotiate shit? You have zero standing. And by the way, shouldn't you? What about all the people who fraudulently traded this security that was not supposed to trade, including Berta himself? What about all of you guys? I think all of you should go to prison for 5 years. We'll just do 5 because it's 65,000 of you idiots, and we don't want to clog up the prisons with a bunch of retards. I mean, shouldn't you get something for that? I don't know. I think so.
That's where I stand. I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. This information is intended for entertainment and educational purposes only. That's my position, and that's what I believe.
Well, that's a fucking dumb belief. Okay? That is a dumb belief. It's delusional. You're delusional. The whole thing is delusional. You fucking lost. Get over it. Okay. Oh, fuck. Uncle Frank. Look at this idiot here. Look at this idiot.
Whole thing. As you can see, the bull flag has a peak here and then a peak here. What I think those two peaks are, I think the first peak is here. You can see it's a lower high, then a higher high. Lower high.
Oh, look.
Higher high.
Look, we're trying to look at the past and use it to predict the future, which is the one fucking thing that everybody knows. Past performance does not dictate future returns, but for some reason, these fucking idiots have convinced themselves that these profits, like zero data and fucking Rico and trading with emotions, have some kind of, I don't know, ability to see where the algo's gonna go. Ugh,
Then you drop
garbage.
into this area, you drop down sharply. Look what happens. You drop down sharply. Now you go to a flatten out. You start to flatten out, building that base at that critical level. And I think we're going to see here in a week or two that movement to the upside, this big candle to the upside. And what will confirm this to let us know if this is actually what's happening is if we see that big movement to the upside.
Oh, that's fucking brilliant. What a brilliant conclusion. If we see that big candle to the upside, then it's going to pump. Wow. Congratulations. You have the most sophisticated fucking AMC pump analysis I've ever seen. Oh my God. How in the fuck is that guy still around? Seriously. All right. Lou says, you decide what comes next for me on YouTube after AMC. Look at this. We're already talking. Again, we're talking about after AMC. Remember when he did this in 2021? Oh, I'm looking at the next plays, and oh, you got to get into oil and da-da-da. Hilarious.
The little motherfuckers. Yeah, I gave you one for nostalgia. All right. Since we're now basically waiting down to, the original day was June 29th. That's next month. So we've been basically waiting to wrap up AMC, and it's possible we're going to have an AMC run up because no matter how many shares they borrow, synthetically create, I mean, what are they?
Everybody's predicting a run up.
Down past 5, so 6 and change going up, they're going to have a hard time. Shit, if it hits 7, these motherfuckers are going to be in some deep shit because they can't even they can't put a dent in it. They're just holding it right now, hoping things obviously work out. But that's not the purpose of this video. Let's do this way. I came here for the AMC. I helped along the way a couple of plays. I taught you a lot of shit around the economy, the markets, cryptos, governments, the way things work, whatever, you know. But we're wrapping up to the end, so I'm gonna put this video like this. You motherfuckers decide what we do going forward. Do we still continue with plays, to continue with cryptos, chicken apocalypse videos, Lou versus Wild, you know, all that kind of stuff? You guys put it. Just don't put a cooking channel.
Lou versus Wild? What's that?
That shit is not gonna work with me. I kind of like takeout, so I think I'm gonna be fucking prepping a turkey in my kitchen. Nope.
Charlotte, you're smart.
Closer to this wrapping up.
Never watching any of these guys.
AMC going on forever, but that's just not gonna happen. It's just not. So you decide. It's Sunday. Enjoy the day with your family.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about AMC, that's for sure. Why would he?
Fuck it, some of us die alone, right? I'll talk fucking around with you. Nah, you got family. You're like a big dysfunctional group here. So, giant love. You let me know. Put the comments on the bottom. It'll be interesting to see how you guys want to continue all this stuff. You know, me in Alaska, that's gonna be a scream. But you let me know.
Please keep educating us about the markets. Oh, okay. Imagine if we got paid $5 every time we heard we're wrapping this play up. We wouldn't need the MOAS. Coming from a rooftop, not near you. Where to allocate our 401k. Oh, yeah, I want to listen to Lou about that. Let me tell you, that's fucking fantastic. That is absurd. Okay. All right. Now, let's pop over to this, what you call it here, Twitter space somewhere. There we go. There it is. And we need to see, where at 40-minute mark. 40-minute mark on this playback. Okay.
Fuel.
40 minutes. There's 39 and a half.
What part of how are you trying to get? You're just trying to drill down on something to try to make a point out of nothing.
I understand.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's out of nothing. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I didn't say you weren't educated in what you're doing. That is not what I'm saying. I'm going to be quite honest with you. You know far, far more than I do about any of this stuff. But all I know is it appears to me that the war for the naked shorts is your primary focus, and it's not mine. And I don't care about it. What I care about is the resolution of MMTLP. I get to choose if I want to be in a corrupt market going forward. I take my money out. That is my choice. If everybody does that, then the market fails. It's a free market. That's a good way of fixing it right there. But I'm not going to sit there, throw money at something, say they took my money, throw more money at it, and say they took my money, and throw more money at it, and say they took my money, and then say I'm fighting a naked short war. It doesn't make sense to me.
I know, because you're not educated in it.
I'm just a stupid.
You don't understand.
I'm a dummy. Yeah, you're right. You got it.
No, I'm not saying you're dumb, but what I'm saying is you're being foolish because you choose not to educate yourself. You choose to opinionate your experiences without understanding what the fuck you're doing. That's what it is.
I'm going to be honest.
And to answer,
I don't care.
I know you don't care. And that's the whole fucking point. You're all about you. Because if you cared, you would understand that everyone else in MMTLP and outside of MMTLP had the same fucking challenge. It's your misunderstanding. But since you're making it my problem and you're attacking me and you're addressing me, let me fucking educate you, okay? When you go to a court docket or go to court and you put something on a court docket, it makes it official. Congress will have to use whatever is on the court docket in order to have precedence to provide an action going forward. There are things that have to do with naked short war. There are things that have to do with MMTLP that addresses everything that is required to be on a docket, so that you can prove something in a court of law so that you can get what you want. How do we get there? We all join forces for the same cause because of all of the enemy's weapons that use against us in the stock market that have theft on our property. Okay? How do you fight and get that back? You have to join forces to get it back. It is not just about MMTLP.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Would your naked short war be better off if
it's not my naked short war? Let me correct you.
Okay, well, I'm not going to say it's
it is
ours.
not my
It's not ours.
naked short war. It is everyone's naked short war. Where the fuck have we been in the last 20, 30 years?
It's not mine. It's yours, and I'm not going to presume
then don't
it's anybody else's.
It is yours. You just don't understand it. Okay, then you're making a grave mistake.
Okay, let me ask you: does this naked short war does it end quicker if Mark gets the blue sheets and this gets litigated in trial and all the information comes out about the nefarious actors and everything that's been happening behind the scenes is aired out in the public? Does that help end the naked short war?
Yeah,
okay.
It's already started.
If this thing gets settled for 2 days and that information never comes out, but this settles for 2 days, does that help your naked short war? No.
If it settles for 2 days?
It does not. And that is the point on why everybody's saying negative things about this resolving in 2 days. That is why.
It's not going to be. It's not going to trade in 2 days. It's not going to trade in 2 days.
Okay.
I don't know why you would think that, but it's not going to trade in 2 days.
Okay. How many days is it going to trade?
It'll be decided upon on whatever legal parties that are involved.
But the point is,
and
a resolution that's in the market isn't going to be litigated with blue sheets.
If there's a high imbalance of shares that has to be addressed, it will be required for all governing agencies to provide the time that is required for all those transactions to go through. Okay, so if we're looking at a large sum of shares that need to be bought back, 2 days is not enough. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure that out.
Well, we're focusing on the 2 days. Let's say it's 5 days. I don't know, 3 days, 5 days, whatever. The point I'm making is if it gets settled through the court, it's going to be a harder naked short war to fight when you don't litigate it through a court with the blue sheets and all the other information and discovery.
Who said, well, first off, who said I or anyone else wanted this shit to be settled in the court?
You're fighting a naked short war, which is beneficial to you. I just asked you
I didn't say I wanted it settled in a court first. I never said I wanted it settled in a court. I never said that.
But I asked you before we went into this, I said, would it be better off to have this thing litigated and have the blue sheets come out and have all the nefarious actors been brought out and all the things that they've been doing out in the court? And you said yes.
Yeah, but I don't want it settled.
Huh?
That's not settled. I want it addressed.
Huh?
I want discovery because that means that you get what you want and I get what I want. And the country survives this fucking theft of our property.
Fair enough.
Now, you may not care about that.
Fair enough.
You may not care about that, and that's fine. You may not care about that, and that is fine. But I'm telling you, I don't give a shit what you think.
Okay.
I don't care.
But the point is, I'm not lying about my position, and I just wanted you to be upfront about yours. That is all. That is it. And I think we've established
you're putting words in my mouth. No, you're putting words in my mouth, and you're making false statements saying I'm getting paid for what I'm doing because I'm putting out.
I never said you were getting paid, and I'll put that on the record. I don't think you're getting paid for this. That is not what I think. But I think that your motives are to fight a much bigger war than MMTLP, and I stand by that.
Yeah, my motives is to save the fucking country, and that includes for yourself, even if you don't fucking realize it. You want food on your table? You want things to buy? How the fuck do you think that's going to happen if we don't win?
When MMTLP resolves, I'm pretty sure I can eat something besides
it's
ramen
not
noodles.
just MMTLP. MMTLP serves a purpose on a court docket to provide evidence. That's what it does. Okay? That's what you're preparing for. You will be made whole, and everything else after it will address the
You will be made whole. And the lie detector test determined that was a lie. Also, you need to be on board with this guy because how are you going to eat? You need money to buy food, right? And since we've all invested every last dime that we had into this worthless stock that we admit wasn't supposed to be traded, but you got to let us trade it because we traded it and we weren't supposed to trade it, but we traded it anyway. But we didn't trade it. We didn't sell it because we're, you know, uninformed. You got to let us trade it again. If not, then how am I supposed to eat? Damn it. Oh my God. This is some bullshit. But you know what though? There's a saying for this one. This reminds me, doesn't this remind you of your old Jewish friends in LA?
As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why
we don't hope.
We know, we scope.
We don't hope, we know, we scope. Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Jay, for those words of wisdom. Beans are easy to grow, too. Scott is extra salty tonight. Well, you know, when Scott Alkin shows up, you know, all bets are off. It's like, remember when Garth Brooks had the alter ego Chris Gaines? Remember that? Chris Gaines? Well, that's the Scott Alkin is the Chris Gaines, if you will. Anyway, yeah, no, there haven't been any countdowns yet, but there hasn't been anything that's warranted a countdown. But maybe the average level of salt is elevated. But there's been no off the charts that have warranted a count. So we'll see if that happens. All right, I'm gonna put this back on because this is terrible. This is terrible. Wow.
100. I think the issue here is I don't want this to go to trial, and if it works out the way it should never see a court, and that's the whole point here. It doesn't help a naked short war if my resolution, the way that this should resolve in 2 days, does not go through the courts. That solution does not go through the courts. A settlement would go through the courts. I do not want a settlement. A settlement.
So why would you pick a public forum to discuss these things instead of not talking to me privately so that we could have had a conversation?
Because the posts.
Why do you do that? Why do you choose to do that?
That I'm referring to are made public. So your tweets that you make out there about wolves in sheep's clothing, you never texted that to me. You never DM'd that to me. You put that out there. You just said that was about me. So how could you get like indignant? You're like, oh well, how could you not just talk to me in private? But when you're not doing that same courtesy for me.
Because I exposed you for what you are. You've challenged other individuals, you've attacked other individuals, and you've used your personal beliefs, okay, to cause havoc and division in the community. That's what you have done.
Oh my God.
I've called out what I see and how
these guys are,
and I defend
you know what?
When I need to, and I will.
You know what I would say to this guy?
Okay. You are selfish, ignorant, and you are,
oh my God.
You are a person.
Wow.
You're being a little bitch.
That seems to be logical, but your behavior is disrespectful and dishonorable.
Disrespectful? Wait a minute. Hold on.
For what you are.
Breaking news. Breaking news. This just in. 100 miles per hour, and Michael on his critical thinking something or other. They had sex. They had sex. Yeah. Sexual tension. I know that when I hear it. Okay. Wow.
Did you not call me a wolf in sheep's clothing before I even had said a word to you? Ever said a word?
This is
you don't.
This is great, like from a, I don't know, dramatic perspective or whatever, because who in the hell are we supposed to support in this argument here? I mean, clearly 100 miles per hour is a total fucking dick. Like, I mean, he's a total asshole. So, yeah, no. But I mean, the other guy, you might think, oh, yeah, that's a good point. But at the end of the day, he's an MMTLP person too. So you really can't. It's manipulative. Yeah, two guys. Yep. Yep. Oops. Oh, crap. I just did something stupid.
Wolves in sheep's clothing. You never texted that to me. You never DM'd that to me. You put that out there. You just said that.
I mean, you can't very well side with 100 miles per hour. I'll agree with that. But holy shit.
You're like indignant. You're like, oh, well, how could you not just talk to me in private when you're not doing that same courtesy for me?
Because I exposed you for what you are. You've challenged other individuals.
Oh my God.
Other individuals.
Oh my God.
You've used your personal beliefs, okay, to cause havoc and division in the community. That's what you have done.
Cult leaders battling.
I've called out what I see and how I see it, and I defend it when I need to, and I will always defend it when I'm asked.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Selfish, ignorant, and you are a person that seems to be logical, but your behavior is disrespectful and dishonorable. So I'm putting you on blast for what you are.
Did you not call me a wolf in sheep's clothing before I even had said a word to you? Ever said a word to you?
You didn't need to put words. You didn't need to respond to me privately or publicly. You showed your character by the way that you behave with other individuals. And as a part of this community, it is also my responsibility to call out any and all potential threats for what they are that create division that doesn't help in getting into a resolution. Now, if you don't want to take responsibility for your own actions, then that's fine. But I will expose you for what you are. No different than what you're trying.
Wait a minute. Wait.
And challenging.
Did he just say take responsibility? Oh my God. The nerve on this guy.
And making false statements about
booger face doo-doo head.
I think this discussion has proved that. I'm telling you how I see
it proves that you are only about yourself and MMTLP. That's what it proves. You're only about yourself and MMTLP. That's what it is.
I'll type it out in a tweet and
That
I'll
is
put
what
it
it
out
is.
there. That's not a secret. But I'm not telling anyone I'm for MMTLP, but secretly looking for a naked short war in front of my MMTLP, which you're doing. You're using the people.
I'm not secretly doing anything. I'm out front and center. I am behind the scenes. I'm in front and center, defending for your property so that you can get resolved. And for me, and for everyone else that plays or is a participant in the stock market so they can get what they want. It's that simple. I don't understand what the fuck is your problem.
Because I didn't look into a hurting community as an army to fight my war. That's the difference between us.
Okay, go fight your own battle. I'm not interested in your bullshit.
My battle
fucking
is MMTLP.
Wow. Big mad. Oh God, yeah, Ron.
Keep everyone else's name.
These guys, there's guys' dads failed them 100%. Absolutely. I mean, this is, it's a sad commentary. Really, it's just, I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm embarrassed for their dads on this one. Holy shit.
You want to address something? Go get a fucking legal attorney to do that.
I will continue to
Other
call
which
it
way,
as
shut
I
the
see
fuck
it,
up.
and I will come on these spaces and defend it. I have no problem doing that. No problem doing that.
What happened?
You want to win or you want to fucking lose? If you want to win, fucking fight. If you don't want to win, say
fight.
2 days.
Fight.
Maybe a couple more, depending on what.
That's how you win.
A resolution where the shorts have to buy to close. That's what I want. That's it.
Cool. What are you doing? What are you doing to help that effort?
Next week we're gonna send some tweets.
What are you doing? Well, fuck you. Who the fuck are you?
You don't need to tell me. You don't need to tell me. You need to ask yourself that question every single day. Don't fucking come after me or anyone else in the community.
Well, I'm not misleading.
I don't need
people.
that.
I can tell you that. I can tell you what I'm not doing.
I'm not misleading people either, so don't insinuate it.
Ooh.
And if anyone thinks I'm misleading,
tough guy.
Please come up to the mic. Or if you have a speaker, please say what you need to say. If you think I'm misleading you, please let the community speak for itself.
I'm sure you can have people jumping at the chance to be berated. I'm sure people are going to jump at the chance to be berated for telling the truth.
I'm not going to berate anyone. I'm addressing you because you have made false statements about me.
Not. If there's anything that we should get from this, anything from this conversation should be true. It's I don't care about the naked short war, and you do more than anything. I think that's the two truths that we can say from this.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
So then why do you need to come after me? Why do you need to come after this?
Because it depends.
Why do you need to come after Sean? Why do you have to come after John?
God damn.
Do all of that? What purpose does that serve? Why do you have to?
Because what you're doing is you're steering half the community into believing through your psyops claims that people who want 2 days of resolution are doing nefarious things and trying to.
This is what this is about.
The community.
I mean, can't we just put this all to bed and say that they're not going to allow trading for 2 days? Like, you're delusional if you think that's going to happen. Period. All right, done.
That's a problem. When the resolution you seek helps your naked short war, and the resolution I seek helps people in MMTLP get paid, there's a fundamental difference there.
What market maker? Okay, so what market maker has traded MMTLP the most?
I don't know. I already said that you know more about this, and I don't. That's not my thing.
Well, no, listen, man. This isn't fucking my knowledge versus your knowledge. This is a fucking question that you should know as a fucking investor or trader. You should know that. Yep. If you're paying attention since day one and you want your MMTLP, wouldn't you want to know those things?
No, because how does that help me get paid?
What's your biggest challenge?
How does that help me get paid, dude? How does that help me get paid?
How does it help you get paid? How do you not know? How do you not know who trades the most transactions of your own property that has stolen your property away from you? How do you not want to look into
God?
You want a solution without you want a solution, okay, without knowing and doing the homework.
Well,
you're full of shit, bro. You really
Wow. Okay. I just want to interrupt this here to show this. I think this is real. I don't have any reason to believe it's not. I don't know. Manuel posted it over in Telegram, so I guess we could ask him. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get some Cinemark popcorn. Where's this at, by the way? This looks like it's at Giant Eagle, but I doubt that it is. What store was that taken at? I don't know. Looks real. This would be hard to. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but look at the way the bags are folded and stuff. That would be hard. I think that would be somewhat more difficult to Photoshop. It looks pretty good, and the popcorn doesn't look bad either. But yeah, Cinemark popcorn. How about that? Probably made by the same company, right? Probably made by Weaver. Same company that makes AMC. Anyway, gotta love that.
I'm gonna do.
Gotta love this too.
Homework, and then I'm gonna watch the money appear in my bank because I spent months of due diligence.
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna look at my bank account. And
You're short-sighted. You're short-sighted, homie. You're short.
Been out for 4 years, huh? Wow.
Okay, you would know Citadel is one of the highest market maker transactions the highest market maker in MMTLP transactions that is easy to read and understand, as many as other tickers that are also there. And you would also understand
Kroger.
Did your homework, that they are trained in PSYOP warfare, and they have been.
I used to shop at Kroger all the time.
Decades. Okay.
So
we don't have it now, but.
And you don't understand the enemy. So if you want to come out at me and you want to come out at anybody else in the community, directly, indirectly, whatever your perception is, you think that it's your responsibility to respond the way that you are. I'm telling you, you are full of shit because you are
Wow.
not educated enough to
You're
understand.
filling the community
Wow.
with paranoia.
Wow.
That's what you're doing.
No,
You're,
no, I'm educating the
but
community so that they know how to
am I
manage
part of
it.
a psyop?
That's
Am
what
I
I'm
part of a
doing.
psyop?
If you don't, you're fucking part of the psyop
All right.
because you may not even be realizing it. You're responding
I'm
to
part
it.
of the psyop.
You're reacting to it
If
that
people are
way.
pushing for,
You don't even
people are
realize
pushing for
it.
2 days to close or 5 days to close, whatever, are they part of a psyop?
No.
Just where's the line drawn? If I call out somebody, am I part of a psyop?
The line is your behavior and how you're reacting to it. So I'm calling you out on it. Stop fucking going after people in the community. You are not helping anyone.
And I don't think that
Stop.
you are. And I think that's the point of this conversation.
Stop.
Well, you can go fuck yourself because I don't care what you think. You're selfish.
Wow.
And I'm not
What an
fighting you.
asshole. What a dick.
Then
Wow.
don't fight, but step the fuck off. Leave people alone.
Then stop putting paranoia out there with psyops tweets.
No, you stop. No, you stop.
Oh my God.
Because you don't know.
No, you stop. No, you stop. What a bunch of fucking little boys. Oh my God. Wow.
No, I'm not. I am planting seeds of comfort and understanding that this is a war of many fronts. And I'm providing free knowledge so that they can manage it for themselves. I'm providing that tool. If you don't know how to use the tool, then that's your fucking problem. Educate yourself.
Okay. Well, I think we've said our points. I
Wow.
appreciate the time.
What a dick. That guy's outrageous, man. Holy crap. What was that? What's he snorting there? It's a lot of sniffy. Sniffy, sniffy. Now, what the fuck? Okay. All right. So I'm going to come back over to my other window here. Now, check this out. So he was talking about Citadel. Okay. This is on FINRA. This is FINRA's website. You can look at OTC data, and I'm looking at monthly data from like December, right? So MMTLP, there it is, MMTLP details. Okay, so this is for the month of December. Total shares traded, 24 million. Total trades, 52,000. Okay, month of December 2022. OTC, OTC non-ATS description. Okay, these are the market makers here. Canaccord, Genuity, GTS, Citadel, Virtu, De Minimis firms. Okay, look at this. Citadel is number 3 with just under 4 million shares traded. Canaccord, Genuity has over twice as many that they traded. But this is interesting too. Shares last updated date, February 6th, 2023. Interesting. I don't know what that means. Probably nothing. But yeah, he just did a line. I mean, who? He, 100 miles per hour or the other guy? Well, the other guy left, so I guess it has to be that guy. Well, that doesn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. But if we go to like January, it's not there because, of course, it wasn't trading then. We could go weekly and go MMTLP on, I think it's this week, last week. Must be the previous. Oh, no, I got to change it to OTC. It's got to be this previous week. 12th, maybe? Nope. 9th. 5th, sorry. 5th. Week of the 5th. MMTLP, there it is. This is the last week. Week of the 5th of December 2022. Total shares 21 million, 44,000 trades. Again, Citadel, number 3. These numbers are very similar. So there must not have been too much trading. Well, yeah, it only traded that first week, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, but the point here is just that Citadel, not the highest trader of this particular worthless OTC stock. That's all I'm trying to say. Now, how about Donnie, who's got some stuff out today? Look at this. Apparently he took a trip on an airplane. Yeah, a couple days ago. Wonder where he went. Okay, Special Master just released a report. Let's check it out.
Financial advice, not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the vids I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see I'm analyzing that data. But like I tell you every day, the day they release us is false, spin against a false narrative of the markets. We can make bad trading decisions.
Listen.
There it is. The Special Master submitted her report to the court. And yesterday, the judge, Chancellor Zern, put out a letter to all parties. And in the letter, she gave us till midnight last night to submit exceptions to the Special Master's report. Now, for those of you who don't know, an exception to the Special Master report is like an objection to the Special Master report. It means that you're going to send a letter or a motion to the judge saying what you agree with if you support it, or what you don't agree with if you object to it in the Special Master's report. But I think, and this is just my opinion, I think that giving us less than 24 hours to file an exception to the Special Master report is kind of denying us our due process rights. I mean, that's just my opinion. And I believe this is going to be grounds for an appeal if we are not happy with the outcome of this lawsuit. If the judge decides to move forward and allow them to do the reverse split. Because had this been in federal court, there's a 10-day time period to file your exception to the Special Master report. So for them to rush it through in less than 24 hours, that we have to have...
Why is Citadel a bad name these days? Well, that's a good question. It's very complicated. But basically, the apes see that... Well, let me back up. The apes don't understand how anything in the market works. So when it comes to something like a market maker, they think that Citadel, as a market maker, for example, they think that Citadel is responsible for controlling the price of stocks. When in reality, what Citadel does is if you request to buy something from your broker, and the broker has a payment for order flow agreement with Citadel to sell the orders to Citadel, then they do that. They send the order to Citadel. Citadel gives them a little small tiny rebate, and Citadel fills the order. That's what they do. They fill orders. They buy if you want to sell, they sell if you want to buy. So they're like a middleman. And so, of course, and Model 3 Dude has, gotten to the conclusion that I'm about to come to. It's because they, meaning the apes, they needed somebody to blame for the fact that, they don't understand why stock like AMC or GameStop can't remain incredibly overvalued forever or continue to become more overvalued. So they needed to blame somebody. And because none of them are actually, because they say nobody's selling, none of us have sold. We're only buying and holding. We're not selling. It's not us. Retail's holding the float. Okay, all that stuff. Then it has to be somebody else. And the most, convenient person, I guess, was Ken Griffin and Citadel. And I mean, I know Manuel says this. I say this. There's no evidence. Well, okay. Market makers don't. The only reason they would short a stock is, if they have sold put options, for example, or the only reason they would buy a stock is if they sold call options. So they sold it to you. They're on the other side of the trade. If the price goes up, they lose money because they sold it to you. So in order for them to hedge that, they have to buy shares. So they buy shares, take on a position for as long as they need to remain neutral. So they're not trying to profit. They're just trying not to lose money. That's what they don't understand. Or if you bought put options, or if you shorted the stock, then they would also have to sell shares or short shares because they're on the other side of this. They bought the shares from you, right? So if the price goes down, they lose money. They don't want to lose money, so they short it so they make even if it goes down. There's zero proof of the BS. There's zero proof of the BS that the apes are selling. Yeah, that the apes aren't selling. So, I mean, clearly we know that some retail investors have sold. I mean, retail investors right here on this channel have been saying this for months, if not years. Hey, I just sold my AMC position. I'm out, and I've never felt better. Charlotte just said she sold. So they want to believe that nobody sold, but it's just not true. It's just not true. And yeah. So, but I mean, this, and it's more, it goes beyond that too, because they hate payment for order flow. But the irony is they hate payment for order flow, but they wouldn't be here. None of us would be here, most likely, if it weren't for payment for order flow, like free commission, free trading, right? That's the reason that most of these people are in market, because Robinhood, Webull, and then all the brokers followed suit of commission free trading. And of course, it's actually not free, but it's not really, you don't see that you get charged, so it is free, wink, wink, kind of thing. But that's increased access to the market. Let's just go with that assumption, and that's because of payment for order flow, because the market makers are paying brokers. Normally, the trader would pay the broker a commission. Broker has to get paid. Normally, that would be customer paying commission, percentage, whatever, flat fee. In this case, the market maker pays the broker and says, "Hey, if I'll pay you a little bit if you let us execute those orders." And they both win. And you could argue that the retail investor wins as well, because they have probably gotten pretty good price for whatever they were trying to buy or sell, and they didn't pay a commission. And Citadel does that so much that they are, they're volume leaders. They make a very minuscule amount, but they do it millions of times, so they make a lot of money. Anyway, but the apes hate payment for order flow for some reason, because they think that it's unfair. But again, ironically, that's what brought them all together, was payment for order flow, brokerages. And yeah, basically they don't understand the way the system is set up. Quite frankly, they don't understand. But who's the bad guy? I don't think there really is a bad guy. Personally, I don't think there's a bad guy in this. If anything, it's the apes themselves. They're the bad guy. They're their own. They are their own bad guy, as far as I'm concerned, because they have basically fucked themselves by being petulant and stubborn and not wanting to listen to anything other than the echo chamber. And we've been here for the better part of 2 years now, saying, look, you need to look at something else other than your echo chamber. You need to think about this. Let's look at the facts. Let's look at evidence. What is on balance volume? What are these things? What does this actually mean? What does FTDs mean? How does it work? Is there any evidence for any of this stuff? And the answer most of the time is no. Or the answer is, guess what, guys? OBV doesn't mean what you think it does. Guess what? Short volume doesn't mean what you think it does. Does anybody care? I mean, at this point, I don't think they can. assuming that people have cost averages of $30, $40, $50, and the stock's at $5. I mean, what can you? I mean, can you sell? Yeah, you can. Not a lot of people. Not a lot of people are going to. So yeah, then that's the idea. When you have a profit, sell, buy low, sell high, or sell high, buy low, sell high, sell short high, buy back low. That's what happened at June 2nd, June 3rd. You got to a point, there were no more buyers. Sellers came in and the price came down. You can't tell me that that was a bad trade because the shares were so overvalued. Why would you not short it there if you were trading this on both sides? So you can, but unfortunately, a lot of people bought up there, and that's like the worst thing you can do, buying at the top. So a lot of people bought at the top. They didn't care. The mania was in full swing, and they bought at insanely high prices, at prices that we'll never see again, most likely. Because again, all of that retardation was enabled by the Federal Reserve's reaction to the pandemic, the quantitative easing and stimulus, which we don't have anymore. We don't have anymore. So that's why I don't want to get, yeah, and he did. The CEO told them that the stock was overvalued. Yes. And that they could lose money. There was a warning, specific warning, in the one filing from 2021. So, and that's why I'm not, let's go pop over to the futures here and talk about this. I'm not a believer in this rally, even though it has crushed my positions as a bear. There is absolutely no way that I would buy into this rally, except on a very short-term basis, which I'm personally not doing, but that would be the only way. Like I'm talking like intraday only. But even that, I think it's way too risky because I don't believe this will hold. I don't believe it can hold. But I mean, who knows? I mean, I've been wrong thus far, but the market can remain retarded longer than we can remain solvent. And we've seen some of that over the past week, I think. I mean, just look at this on the NASDAQ specifically. It's just ridiculous. Well, I say it's ridiculous, And of course, we're already green today, we can't, nothing can, be what it is. It has to be, these bullshit, look at this. Or, on the QQQ. I mean, we obviously got into gamma squeeze territory on Friday. Fucking one day options fucked everything. I mean, let's go. Not a little, 2 years, 3 years, whatever. So where were we at here? So this was August here, this area, and on Friday it blew right through that. So that's going back to August. And so where did it hit it? Well, this was back in, I believe, April. Yes, April 2022. So this is where the market was in April of 2022. This is the peak here. I mean, we're looking at the Qs. This is the peak here at the end of November 2021. And then here's the it's around 420 actually, 2022. So April 2022, we see these prices around like the 336 level. I mean, I can't even believe that I just said that. 336. But what did it do? It punched through it. I mean, it was basically, there wasn't really much. It just punched pretty much straight through it, went down. I mean, it did come back up, but it really never consolidated there. So who the fuck knows? It doesn't matter. I mean, anymore, it just doesn't matter. Wall Street will do whatever Wall Street wants, and that's the period. So personally, I'm done chasing this bullshit because it makes no sense. It's completely absurd. Fuck it. Yeah, for now. But I mean, my assessment is, and it's a shitty one, I'm sure, because it's been shitty for the last couple weeks. But my assessment is the bottom is going to fall out of this just once everybody gets bullish. Once everybody, I think we're almost there. Although I haven't looked at the options. I haven't been looking at the options, so I don't know. But let's see. Like this is Friday. So Friday's data on the NASDAQ futures showing more puts traded. What about the S&P 500? On Friday, more puts traded. Okay. What about on the SPY, the SPY ETF? Come on. Yep. What do we got? Slightly more puts traded. 5.4 million versus 4 million calls. What about on the Qs? I have to imagine this would be mostly heavy on puts. Yep. 2.2 million puts versus 1.3 million calls. So, you know, you can have way more puts on any of these things and the market can still blast higher. I guess because of zero DTE, I don't know. I thought that, you know, pretty good indication, you know, but hey, the market will do whatever they want it to do. And I say they, I don't really mean any specific people other than Wall Street, the institutions, not retail investors. Let's say that. Okay. So yeah, but anyway, I'm not buying this. I think it's garbage. It's complete garbage. It's completely nonsensical. It is a rally based on the AI mania. Oh yeah, let's rally you know, Apple back to all-time highs basically. Let's take Nvidia, you know, to the moon. Let's and it'll drag the whole market up with it, but the whole market is not, I mean, here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Fuck this market. It's mostly a scam at this point. Mostly a scam designed to grab liquidity and fool people. Essentially, that's all it is. It's designed. This the trading for the last year has been mostly garbage. It has been mostly garbage, liquidity grabbing, bullshit. We could have probably solved a lot of these problems that we have, inflation, the banks, all this shit, if we didn't have such a ridiculously stupid market structure that incentivizes Wall Street to do this shit. There is no incentive for Wall Street to actually do anything that makes sense other than what makes them the most money. This directly influences our monetary policy. It directly influences people's lives. But thank God Wall Street can still make a profit. That's the only thing that matters. I'm so glad that it's all tied up in the markets because we know, you know, how rational it is. It's complete nonsense. It shows absolutely how fucked up this system is. And quite frankly, yeah, to the moon. Go ahead and buy it, buy whatever you want. I'm saying this will not hold. It can hold a few more weeks. Maybe you're gonna see a lot of bulls with you know, a lot of bulls with tears, you know, before too long. The notion that we have skipped a recession, we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to skip the recession. Inflation's going to come down. and everything will be fine. And the market is already at an irrational level. It's complete garbage. It cannot happen. It will not happen. It's never happened. There is more interest rate hikes to come. The markets will correct. Bond market's already showing it. Equities will eventually catch up to it, and it will wipe out a lot of people with it. That's the point. That is 100% the point, in my opinion. Okay, so that's my market commentary. It's garbage. I'm staying the fuck away from it.
With the exception, there'll be a hearing on Saturday morning. It's a little bit, what's the best word to put this? I think it's a little bit egregious. And I really think it denies us our due process rights because they don't give us enough time to read the special master's report and then decide if we're going to object, if we're going to support it, to prepare our exception. Giving us less than 24 hours is not enough time. I believe it violates our due process rights, and I believe it opens the door to an appeal to the Supreme Court of Delaware.
I don't think so. I think that you have basically, I mean, come on. You guys eat, sleep, breathe, and everything AMC. 24 hours isn't long enough. Give me a fucking break.
But anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think that less than 24 hours is enough time for us to read the special master report and then file an exception or a motion of support with the courts? Anyway, have a great day. God bless, and I appreciate y'all.
I wouldn't even advise anybody to day trade. But, yeah, certainly. Unless you're going short, I don't think, I just don't see it. I don't see it. Don't see it. But even if you do go short, I mean, you would have gotten fucked last couple weeks, which is what happened to me. I should have known once it got up to where it got up that it was going to continue to go up, but I couldn't let go of my bias. That's okay. It's no worries. But I just hate this market. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous. And then Thursday and Friday, of course, we have the debt ceiling optimism is what's fueling the rally. Oh, really? Debt ceiling optimism is what's fueling the rally. That's what they were saying. So the fact that we can continue doing what we were doing and not default, that is grounds for a stock market rally. Are you fucking kidding me? The man children of Wall Street want you to believe that? Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. So then what happened Friday? What happened over the weekend? Did they come to an agreement? No. So what happens then? And we know that they probably will come to an agreement. And, they're not going to default. It's the same shit every year. Every year, it's the same bullshit. But now, this year, can you believe that they are using that as a justification for a rally? I mean, really, what a bunch of garbage. And yeah, it's too late to invest in AI. So I think the AI mania is about to come crashing down. It's about to come crashing down. So anyway, but of course, as I say this, look, the market's melting up slightly. I mean, it's still slightly down on the, today, but I mean, as soon as we end this live stream, it'll probably crash the other way or whatever. So does it even really matter? Is it even really worth looking at? I don't know, to be honest, anymore. But anyway, we're here. Now I know there's more shit out here than this, but I got to find some videos here. Let's see what this is. Oh yeah, remember this guy? This is from a while ago. But they talked about Torchlight in here. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Torchlight, also known as Meta, right? We are finally getting squeezed on AMC stock. See, this is the day. This is why if you don't have a good command of the language, yeah, it's MMTLP, which, yeah, is Metamaterials Torchlight Preferred. That's what that's. I found out that that's what that stands for. Metamaterial Torchlight Preferred. How about that? Yeah, here it is right here. Oh man, I don't know if I can do this. AMC is going to squeeze in 2 weeks. Now, he said he had proof before. I left a comment on one of his videos slamming him for, yeah, aren't they all the same thing though? It became NextBridge hydrocarbons, like after they decided that they were going to, I don't know. Well, what it is it's worthless. Okay. But it's worthless. Let's just say that. Okay. Oh, God. And a scam. Yep. I mean, imagine being Berta. Can you believe that? Like, what a fucking slime ball. How was the Twitter space with him and Tony? Was that recorded? Do we have that? No new catalyst, same thing, different day. Yep, I know. Somebody tell him this is not 2013 with the fucking hand cover. Okay, it's not cool. It's not cool anymore.
Alright guys, what is up? You are back for another video with Data Zero. In this video, we'll focus on AMC, but I briefly cover GME and APE as well. Guys, I think I wanted something with AMC, so I go over my entire thesis on the macro and psychology, briefly get everyone up to speed in this video, and then we go back to the bars pattern. Yes, the bars pattern is back. Remember
the bars pattern. Oh yeah.
In 2020, nope. In 2021, the pattern got longer and longer. I think I have the proper placement for these bars patterns. So if I was,
no, you don't. Go ahead and hop in the chart. Let me stop you right there. You don't have shit, okay? You don't have it.
The data and see what we have going on.
What is up? You are back for another video with Data Zero. In this video,
you are back with the shitty microphone. I don't get it. This is what it sounds like when I use my headset, my Bluetooth earbuds. I'm guessing that's what he's doing. I don't know why. Use the other microphone. Whatever. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what microphone you use if what you're spewing is a bunch of verbal diarrhea, right? Am I right?
AMC, I do think I am on to something. I'm going to briefly look at GME.
Oh, yeah, sure you are.
I think I'm on to something with AMC. So I've been saying that we are close to the squeeze. Why do I keep saying this? Because I truly, truly, truly believe that. I believe in
yeah, okay. I mean, belief, what has belief got to do with it?
Weeks, we will start seeing upside for AMC. Let me explain why. So I've already explained to you guys the psychology of the market, everything about that. I've already done videos on that showing you guys what phase we're in, how the complacency stage. If you guys want to see more on that, go ahead.
What phase are we in?
It should be the first video when you go to my channel, or just hit AMC psychology of the market or something like that. It will come up. As you guys can see, I'll try to link it down in the comment section below in the description. But as you guys can see, basically, I'll briefly just do a quick rundown over it.
Oh my God.
You have your euphoria rally basically right here. This is your euphoria. This is your complacency stage when you have your big drop down and your
yeah. Whatever happened to phase 6?
This is your euphoria rally through, euphoria
You know
rally, then you drop down, sharp drop down, then you go into your complacency stage, then you see your complacency stage right here, then you have a drop down to a low.
Oh, give me a fucking break.
That's going to be your anger and depression. Right here's your anger, which is a lower low. That is your depression, as you guys can see. Then you start to trend to the upside, but it is called a disbelief rally. This is a sucker's rally. No one can believe that this rally is real. And just read these things on the anger. Who shorted the market? Why did the government allow this to happen? Like, and then look at the depression. My retirement money is lost. How can we pay for all this new stuff? I'm an idiot. Like, just look. Just
no, they don't. They haven't gotten there. What are you talking about? They don't think. They still think they're right. You still think you're right. Garbage. I mean, fuck you for using this. You're completely misinterpreting it, by the way. Yeah. Whatever happened to phase 6? You know. We got to look for AMC Bigums on that. There he is. Videos. 4 months ago, live. 7 days ago, Econ Talk with Peter Hahn. Peter Hahn, rich eating the rich, secrets starting to be exposed, more Ponzi being revealed. Community is turning on Bigums. Why? And have fun with that poop watch, Charlotte. 7 days ago. I guess we should probably go with this one.
Turn that down so we're not echoing. That'll be nice. There we go. I'll talk about it. It's been a while. I've been moving here, so
Yeah.
it's got to be set up.
Yeah, exactly.
I started a new job, so we had to move down a little closer down there.
Still in Minnesota?
Yeah, just down a little farther. We're just like 10 minutes down south, a little more, not too far away.
So Bigums lives in Minnesota? Okay. Interesting. Is that what the Hedgies bought him a new house? Further down in Minnesota? Okay. Got a new job, huh? Quote unquote new job.
To Massachusetts, and you'd have to, change your name to Bigums from Boston.
Yeah. Button's going live. Give me 1 second here. All righty, there we go. We're live. All right, so go ahead and get these questions up here. So I mean, we've had a lot going on. June, I think, is going to be pretty interesting. Get rid of this here quick. Where's my little pad here?
God damn, these guys are fucking amateurs.
So any cash that, and there are probably all their limits, but like even so, it's like, so say you get a few $100 billion. Well, okay, I don't even know how much they got from Silicon Valley clients or how much they're getting from Federated Republic, but that money goes into JP Morgan's bank balances, and then what do they do with it? They give it to the Fed in reverse.
I don't care about that
situation because we don't want to lose.
Don't care about that.
And so yeah, shorting is bad now. Bad. Oh no, that again.
All right. Well, this is something else here.
1,000 small pinpricks. At some point, something's going to break, and I just don't know when that is for the dollar. I do think it's negative, but will you see imminent dollar collapse? Probably not. But I do think this whole debt ceiling issue highlights the biggest.
Burned his hand. The
integrity of the U.S. financial system. It's like, there's no solution but printing more money, and that ultimately makes the U.S. dollar less attractive. So yeah, it's just a question of time, whether it's 5 years, 6 months, 20 years. But the Roman Empire, the Neris took, they were debased it. Colonists debased it in 180 AD, and then they debased it again. But the Roman Republic still lasted an extra 200 years after that. So, sorry, the Roman Empire. No.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, all this crime catches up to it, and there's nothing they can do about it, especially when
all this crime. Oh man.
The next question here is going to be market money funds, treasury bonds offer 4.5%. Apple's coming out offering 4%. Credit unions offer higher rates, and big banks are still offering, 0.4% or not. 12.5 billion just left the banking system again last week. I think people are waking up and moving, away from these banks. Do you think that banks will actually be able to afford to be able to give out higher rates, or do you think that they're stuck currently?
I honestly think they're stuck because it said I would have thought they would have already done it. Like this was what I was doing, a few years ago for Scotia. I was basically.
Yes, Charlotte, JP Morgan did bail out some banks, but the CEO, Jamie Dimon, recently said that he's done bailing out banks in one of the interviews I saw. So he's done bailing out banks. It's a lot of work. And yeah, I mean, can't save every stray cat, can you?
In charge of bringing in deposits. And, we were very, like, I was, when I joined the bank, I said, well, I hadn't been looking at the deposit side. I said, in the U.S. people don't care, but the banks don't care about deposits. And they really didn't, because they were basically not being very competitive with deposit rates at all. They said, no, if you want to we don't really want your money. Go put it in treasuries, go buy a money market fund. And so that was what they were telling, this is what U.S. banks were telling clients a few years ago.
All right, let's skip ahead here. This is boring.
Based their the restrictions to U.S. banking system only started.
Oh boy, there he is, Peter Hahn.
They're not likely to get
Jesus Christ, talk about something, anything else.
BTC restructured, and I see like this congressman on Twitter talking about corruption versus retail. I can't remember which state he's running for, but I do believe there is an undercurrent of some people that understand that retail is a force to be reckoned with, or getting to be a force to be reckoned with. And
retail is a force to be reckoned with. What? What in the fuck are you talking about? Retail is a force to be reckoned with. Okay, sure.
Financial structure.
Is he still living in 2021?
Because it benefits the 1%. And I do think that this may be a political podium someone may stand on.
Really?
Hopefully the next election, but I think if not, I mean, we're not going away. Like this is 4 million AMC shareholders. How many other, MLN, MMLT, LT, can't even say the damn thing. You know what I'm talking about. GameStop, everything else. It's not going away. Like collective memory of people on the internet. All these posts are not going away. So, anyone who cares to look, they'll find, how bad the market manipulation is. And it's only going to get worse if it doesn't get fixed. So.
Oh. Okay.
Well, yeah, and I mean, when you look at the DTC and the members, it's like, how can Citadel and Virtue be on there? JP Morgan, all these people who are doing, selling all the ISDA contract. I mean, they're
there he is.
Doing the shorting, backing all the shorters.
There he is talking about ISDA. Yeah, how are they doing? Oh my God. Yeah, they're doing ISDA contracts. Oh my God.
They're going to get involved. It's going to be to back them, because in their best interest, it's, to back the shorts, or they go under as well. So
yeah, it's like, like the FINRA is basically designed to be a rubber stamp for the investment banking industry. It's like, yeah, we want to make sure that everyone that's taken the Series 6 is, we're making sure the exams have to be passed, and we need to, make sure that these people are ethical and all this. But ultimately, again, they're self-policing themselves. It's just like, they put out all these fine standing things. But yeah, like the vice president of Goldman Sachs is on the board of FINRA, and yeah, they get fined $3 million for 10 years worth of offenses. It's like
10 years, yeah.
It's like psychotic.
And that's the thing, they have like JP Morgan, you have 236 fines, violations. I mean, the price doesn't seem to go up the more violations they get, at least. Like, why is
Welcome to, capitalism, I guess. Woo-hoo.
Never let a crisis go to waste. It's like, again, I mentioned the Iowa Republicans dickering around with ethanol rebates. So it's like, yeah, like everyone wants their little cut. So they're all going to drive this to like the end moment. But the end moment really isn't June 1st. I think it's probably sometime in June though. So yeah, I do think the unknown factor is the result of all these swap resets. First of all, yeah, like,
the swap resets. Here we go.
Looking into it. But that being said, I mean, June is sort of like, they've already had 2 years to start getting off LIBOR. And a lot of, you
All
know,
right, I'm going to
there's a bit of
pause
a
this
lot.
here and pop over to this other screen real quick. If I can find it. Where is it? There we go. This is credit card from the Federal Reserve, right? Federal Reserve Economic Research. Credit card, consumer loans, all commercial banks. Now, this thought just came to me. Look at this period here. This is the period of time where the meme stock mania was, you know, in full swing, right? Here's January 2021. You know, here's June 2nd, literally June 2nd right there. Okay, this period. Credit card debt was around $750 billion, $750 billion at that point, okay? Now, granted, it had been rising sharply, what I would consider to be fairly sharply, all the way up until the pandemic. And then when the pandemic started, of course, everybody got money, so they paid down their credit cards. They didn't have to use their credit cards, and so we saw the balances go down pretty dramatically, right? By about $100 billion or so. But what starts happening like right around the same time as the AMC run up here? Well, I'll slide this over. The AMC run up is right here, and it's still, you know, it's right at $750 billion. But now it's sitting at just under 1,985 billion. So, you know, 200 and change $billion higher. This is yet another reason, another indication that the conditions that were in place back here that allowed this to happen are no longer. I mean, we're now at record high credit card debt. We keep making new records to the upside. And your meme stock rallies were back here, and look how much higher it is now. Doesn't make sense. If people had money to waste on bullshit meme stocks, why would they be using their credit cards more for anything? Well, they didn't have to use their credit cards back here. Now they do. And we're pushing $1 trillion of credit card debt. So, I mean, this is yet another reason. Like, who's gonna when people like Zero Data and whatnot say, you know, it's going to you know, squeeze in 2 weeks. How? Who's going to do the buying? It's all the people that are now using their credit cards collectively, $200 billion worth of credit card debt later. They're going to buy meme stocks and push them up and squeeze the shorts. No, absolutely not. Then, of course, we have bank deposits. And we see bank deposits come down a little bit. But what I want to look at is personal saving rate. Personal saving rate. Personal saving rate. Now, we only have data from March, looks like. This is monthly. And, okay, personal saving rate. This is an interesting one. So, before the pandemic, the personal saving rate on average was like around 8%. It spiked up during the pandemic a couple different times, like when the stimulus came out, when unemployment was renewed, etc. Okay. So it hit a peak of like 33% in April of 2020. Then this secondary peak here is 26%. This is in March of 2021. Okay. But look again, when the meme stock rally starts in the middle of 2020, look at what happens. The personal saving rate starts to plummet, starts to go back down, lower than where it was before the pandemic, and that's where we are currently, sitting at 5.1% in March. So Americans are saving less of their of their income. Now, also we have personal saving, which is not the rate, it's just a raw amount of savings, right? So before the pandemic, it was about under 1.5 trillion. So 1,400 billion, and it spiked up to 6.4 trillion and 5.7 trillion, and it's back down now, almost skirting below a trillion, which is basically what it was before the pandemic, slightly lower. So that's the actual amount of money. This is the rate of saving here. So both obviously down. There's two different ways to look at it. So these guys want to talk about macro and whatever. Okay, let's talk about it. People don't have money. There will be no June 2021 style rally.
Oh, it's just like, oh, we need T+3 for a few more years because we need to adjust our systems. Same thing with LIBOR. So they've had 2 or 3 years. Their time is running out. So if you still have LIBOR fixing, you need to switch to the new setting, which
I don't care about LIBOR.
But yeah, China's been reducing their stock of U.S. Treasuries. So that would
credit cards will only cause you stress. I agree. I've been through that a couple times. Not the economy to carry any debt.
A lot of countries would just say, okay, this is U.S. dollars.
Imagine if you had to buy a car right now. Oh my God.
You can't sell it all at once, charging their tenants.
Take care of your cars if you got a car.
Market are not strong. So on someone, but I mean, it has sometimes the court's time. So anyway, that's I saw a poster that like attacked you because you were making fun of that person, and it's like, well, you like clearly, and I took a look at the followers of that person that attacked you, and I saw Roger Hamilton as one of his followers, and I saw a whole bunch of people I'd already blocked, like Playas or whatever her name is, who admitted that she's paid to spread FUD even if she doesn't have AMC. So it's like it's the same crowd that's doing the same BS, and all I can say, guys, is just like tune it all out, because Twitter is just it's a sideshow of idiots, and you just look at the motivation for creating these delays to the judges. Like, I'm glad the judge has the time to deal with it, but it's like, at some point it's like there's no clear benefit to doing this other than to waste the court's time. And why would you want to waste the court's time? So that's my comment on that. I'm a little frustrated just because I see it and it's nonsense.
Peter Hahn is frustrated. Oh man,
he just put his thing to private. Now you have to pay the fucking monthly to get him, and now it's $50 to talk to him. Like I said, it's all just stupid. And well, let's kind of go into the reverse split and these guys' points, and let's talk about that. So after this will all happen, there'll be 156 million, and then with the lawsuit, whatever's going to happen, I'll go ahead and look at how many are going to be there. But either way, we're going to get to that. So with that being said, everybody instantly says the cost to borrow, oh, it's so high right now, we don't want to do the reverse split because the cost to borrow will go away. Well, the float will be smaller and almost all of it will be accounted for. It's not like all these new shares come out. Yeah. So the cost to borrow should still be as high, if not higher, correct?
Yeah, I don't see why a reverse split would lower the cost to borrow. It's like you're already having a hard time finding shares. So a smaller float means there's less shares available.
Smaller float.
It'd be even harder to find shares.
No, because the short position, everything is reduced by the same fucking amount. How is this? Everything is reduced by the same amount, but the equity, the underlying equity, the amount of money, the amount of capital, the amount of money that was tied to it does not change. So, I mean, I like, why would it change anything? It's not going to change anything about the short position or anybody's long position. Your equity will not change, whether it's long or short. It'll be reflected in fewer shares. That's it. So short sellers their account will show that they have sold fewer shares, and they will need to buy back fewer shares. And that's proportionally the same. So it will not change anything. Won't make it harder for shorts to cover.
Shares to borrow. And the other thing is, like, you're going to have less float. That means creating synthetic option positions is going to be a lot more.
Oh my
apparent.
God.
It's like there's 100 million, you know, like how many options?
Synthetic option positions. What is that? What are we talking about here? Synthetic option positions have nothing to do with anything. Yes, more options are traded than if everybody exercised them, there wouldn't be enough shares. But you know what? Not everybody does. Very few people do. Very few contracts are exercised. What are we talking about here? This makes no sense.
You know, doing this, I don't know. It just I'm not 100% sure of my convictions here, but
so you don't know basically.
I don't see why cost to borrow would go down in the reverse split. So that's not something I'm really dwelling on.
No, that's just one of the things I like to push. And then on top of that, the next question. So the next thing they like to push, it'll be easier and blah, blah, blah. Is it not true? It'd be harder for them and kind of be more expensive for them to open new short positions on a more expensive base of stock with the same exact, if not higher, cost to borrow.
Yeah. You know, I mean, this is where until this happens, we don't know. So, you know, the whole point about a new QSIP and all this, will this cause a squeeze beforehand? The delay, the whole court thing delaying this thing, I've been saying, well, there should be some sort of positive price action before the reverse split, but because everything keeps getting delayed, we haven't been able to see that, and I haven't been able to test my empirical theory on that. So, but if shorts are kind of screwed in the lead up to the reverse split and they take hits, how many are they going to jump back into AMC after the reverse split if they've already been burned on it? And if the fundamental story is better, they're assuming status quo. It's like, yeah, like we were short for the last 2 years or whatever. We've been rolling this through swaps or whatever and options and blah, 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 blah. But now we just finally had to cover because of the new QSIP. But you know, the fundamental story is bad. Do we really want to like lock in and like, if you get burned playing blackjack, do you really keep playing blackjack or you just go play roulette? You know, and it's like, you got to, you know, is there a better play for your capital if you get burned? So I don't think it's obvious to me that unless the price doesn't change at all, like again, goes up to a factor of 10 or whatever, but besides that, there's no squeeze or anything pre-reverse split, then okay, yeah, maybe the status quo, but I don't see the status quo staying the same but I can't test that because we haven't been allowed to get close to the reverse split date. It keeps getting pushed back. So that's a frustration. And someone pointed out, well, it's like BBIG just did a reverse split. I don't have any clue about BBIG. I was in it 2 years ago. I got screwed around. I made some money on options. I lost some money on options. I gave up on BBIG. I have no idea what's going on with the reverse split, whether it's comparable to AMC's. But they're saying, oh, there was no squeeze in BBIG, so there'll be no squeeze with AMC. I have no basis because I haven't been looking at BBIG. But to me, it's like every situation is not the same. You can't like COSM is not the same as AMC, and COSM did a reverse split on a Thursday night. Friday it had that wacky, whatever, $2 to 14 because Robinhood accidentally sold short the thing and then had to cover it up. But we weren't allowed to participate anyway because my broker never allowed me to sell my COSM. So, it's like there's all kinds of differences in all these plays. I don't know if you can apply, again, reverse splits never work. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes reverse splits do help.
Not only that, after this, it's like AMC is a lot different of a reverse split. They can go ahead and instantly after this raise multiple billions of dollars. Yeah. None of these other splits that these other companies are talking about had that ability even right after. They were in bad financial positioning. And that's the thing. This is why these guys don't want the reverse split to happen. AMC, they're still burning cash. They're still burning over 100 million. Q2 might be a great Q. It should be an amazing quarter. Popcorn's selling off the shelf. Credit cards were doing great, but we're still losing money.
Popcorn selling off the shelves.
Have a massive amount of debt.
Yeah, when Walmart's already marking it down, yeah, you can sell it off. You could sell out.
ahead of them.
My Walmart had already marked it down.
Cash flow positive. It's like, okay, that's great, but you still have this massive, you know, pile of debt that is controlled by the lenders who are fucking you. And this is why I keep trying to explain to everybody. These guys control your debt. They don't understand the covenants, the rules. They have these restrictions what AMC can and cannot do with a certain amount of money. Until you get them out of there, they control AMC's finances. So you're you know, people you hate and are against you and want the company to fail are in control of its finances. This can get them the fuck out of the company finally for the first time in the entire play. That's why they don't want it to happen, because they want AMC to keep getting down and burn down a little more and a little more. And the short thesis.
I mean, this is where he shows himself to be just completely ridiculously misinformed. Like, I mean, come on. Like, it's very much it's a black and white issue for them. It's a good versus evil issue for them. I mean, that's not it. That is not it. Short sellers don't want to see AMC go bankrupt. Maybe some do. But in general, short sellers are not trying to bankrupt companies. They can't bankrupt companies. It's not how it works. But yeah, I mean, I guess. See, this is what confuses me about AMC Bigums, because he, you know, he talks about all of this crap that's irrelevant, and then a simple thing like, what is the point of short selling? He just totally butchers, and it's like, okay, well, this is somebody who didn't ever bother to learn the fundamentals and the basics and went straight to all this esoteric bullshit like ISDA. And it's the swaps. It's all in the swaps. And they're hiding it in the futures market. Yeah, but you can't explain the basics of anything. Okay.
The reverse split in this case kills the short thesis, because with it, AMC will never go bankrupt. It just won't.
Yeah. You know, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, people go, oh, you know, Adam Aaron sold us down the river with Antara. Yeah, like, and he bought $100 million of Antara debt. You know, again, it's a situation. I'm not. It's like, yeah, Adam Aaron gave Antara a sweetheart deal. They bought it 66 cents. They wound up selling it $2 or whatever. They've been sitting in the middle of AMC options every week, fucking us over, basically, you know, capping the thing. It's frustrating.
Oh, that's why?
Yeah, like this is the thing. Antara had some of our debt, and this is it. These jokers basically control the debt, and with controlling the debt, they dictate what Adam cannot do sometimes.
What is the alternative? What's the alternative? I don't think that's good for the short thesis. I don't think the alternative is good for the short thesis. All right. Let's go to the last 10 minutes of the Adam Aaron thing. So it's 46. So I'm going to go to 35-ish. We'll just go 35, 35, 25. Okay.
Theoretically, there are short sellers.
And these bastards
I just told you, there are 130 million short shares.
They can't keep shorting the stock down.
Yes, they can. They can short the stock down to a penny. They can, and they do all the time. All the time.
And we're not going to say anything. We're just going to take it.
I don't know. We're doing a lot of things, including raising capital so that we don't go bankrupt, strengthening the company so that we make money. That's how you defeat short sellers. That's it. You defeat short sellers by making a stronger company. I've been doing this for 40 years.
You're well more seasoned, and a lot of people are intimidated to talk to you. But I think if you were to open up a platform, just consider it, you know, to address some of these questions, you know.
But if I address these kind of questions, I guarantee you, you'll be more dissatisfied rather than less. Because I will either have to not answer because the lawyers won't let me, or answer in a way that tells people what they don't want to hear.
How pissed off are you with this right now? Are you pretty mad?
Not at all.
Are you sure?
I'm a little pissed off at you because it's 1 in the morning and I want to go up. And you're asking me about theories that are ludicrous. You don't want to hear it, but they're ludicrous. Antara was fabulous for this company, not bad for this company. You're convinced there's synthetic shares. There aren't any.
Yeah, I guess
I keep on telling, I've said to you 3 times what the problem is. The problem is we need more movies, we need more attendance, we need more revenues. You know how many tickets the company sold in 2019 in the US? 250 million. You know how many we sold in 2022? 150 million. That means 100 million. Think about these numbers. 100 million.
See, here's the thing. This clown, whoever the person that's talking to Adam Aaron, you know, yeah, he wants to go off on all these conspiracy theories. But Adam Aaron asked a question. Do you know how many tickets we sold in 2019? Of course he doesn't fucking know that. Of course he doesn't know that. Why would he know that? Right? But I love that he asked him that, because it's like, yeah, this is the kind of shit you should know if you actually cared about the company and you wanted to talk about the things that matter. No, you don't know. But we sold 250 million. And in 2022, only 150 million. That's substantial. Got to give Adam Aaron credit on that one.
People came into our theaters. The average person buys $8 worth of food and beverage, $7.50. Okay, if 100 million people fewer come to the theaters,
that little bit of money.
The average person spends $7.50 on food. That means $750 million of food revenue isn't there because 100 million fewer people came into the theaters. These are the problems, not the stuff you guys are talking about.
Boom, right there.
And so, I mean, were you a person who was afraid of dilution or wanted dilution in 2021?
I think I was absent about that because I didn't know. I mean, because
you still don't know
the market very closely, and I was just like, you know what? Let's just let Aaron do his thing.
Right.
I'm not a yes or a no. I couldn't get behind it, but that would have made a lot of sense. Now that I look back, that would have been.
Oh yeah, right. Retroactive DD.
How hard did I push to try to get people to do it?
Pretty hard.
We could have sold 100 million shares and raised $4 or $5 billion.
But not as hard as you've been pushing for this reverse split. I mean, this reverse split. I mean, you.
Here we go.
Do you want to be delisted and thrown off the New York Stock Exchange? Do you think it'd be good for AMC stockholders if we are?
How about that right there? And we talked about this here shortly after the reverse split was announced. Do you want to be delisted? Do you think it'd be good for AMC stockholders if we are thrown off the New York Stock Exchange? It's a simple question. Boom. Boom. I mean, seriously. Now, if they even took the time to look up the New York Stock Exchange listing requirements, they might be more concerned, but they haven't even taken the fucking time to do that. And guess who has? Oh, we have. Yep. We've looked at it on the stream.
Do you want to be delisted and thrown off the New York Stock Exchange? Do you think it'd be good for AMC stockholders if we are thrown off the New York Stock Exchange? It's a simple question. It's a yes or no question. Okay, guess what? If we don't do the reverse split, we're going to get thrown off the New York Stock Exchange. It's that simple. There's nothing more you need to know. So if you think it's a good thing,
there you go.
We're going to get thrown off the New York Stock Exchange, then vote against the reverse split. If you think it's a bad thing that we're getting thrown off the New York Stock Exchange, you should vote for the reverse split because we're down pretty close. The apes are at $1.50 and the commons at $5.50. And if there's any kind of reversal, we're below $1. And then we're off the New York Stock Exchange.
So what happens if we reverse split to 70 and it comes right back down to $10 then what there?
It's no different than, it's straight math. If you have 10 $1 bills in your right hand, if you have a $10 bill in your left hand, how much do you have in each hand? Right, and that's what a reverse split is. So, on the theory that, on the reverse split, if let's say, pick a price in the middle of 1 and 5, 3. So if 3 goes to 30, right? And if you're concerned that the 30 is going to slide right back down to 5, that means that the $3 stock would have shrunk all the way to 50 cents. It's the same math. It's the same math.
But my question, Aaron, is what happens if we reverse split up to 70 and they short the shit
Well, we're not
right
going to reverse.
back down?
We're not going to
to
reverse
10.
We're not going to reverse. We're not going to reverse split to 70. I don't think.
Well, let's just say theoretically it goes up to 70. Right? Well, let's just say 50. Let's just say 50. Okay.
Remember, you got to put the apes and the commons back together.
Yeah.
So they'll probably meet in the middle somewhere. So it's probably going to go to 30.
All right, so let's just say it's 30, right? And then they short the damn thing all the way back to $2. So let's split them up.
Guess what? If they did that, then they would have shorted it from $3 all the way to 20 cents. Because it's the same thing. 20 cents with 10 shares is the same as $2 with 1 share.
But there's a whole lot more room.
No, there's no more room.
For people to buy up
No.
at that 20 cents. Then
it's
50, 60.
Literally, no, it's not how it works. It's just based on the market cap, which is
That's not how it works.
dollar share price. So whether we're $20 with 150 million shares,
Adam Aaron teaching him market fundamentals here.
it's $3 million. It's the same thing. And if the one can be shorted, the other can be shorted.
I think we both are equally frustrated with this short, this short selling type of activities. It is a bit annoying.
It's not annoying. We just gotta beat them. You guys just don't know how to beat them. You think
Tell me, what do we got to do?
strengthen the company. Strengthen the company. Put enough cash in the bank that we can't possibly go bankrupt.
So what's the bankers idea that we
produce earnings.
Okay, what's like the top thing that we need to do in order to get it to the next level, so we can at least push that?
More movies, more tickets
Well,
sold.
we can't push Hollywood to do that.
Yes, we can. What do you think? Where do you think I came from today? I was in Los Angeles. Who do you think I was talking to yesterday?
Warner Brothers?
CEO of Warner Brothers, the number 3 guy at Netflix. I mean, and the CEO of Universal. And yes, we can push. And there are going to be, our estimate is we're going to have 75% more movies in 2023, grossing over $100 million than we had in 22. We are getting more movies, but still, it's not enough. And but again, the other solution, in addition to just increasing the revenues, we cannot run out of cash. That's the whole short thesis, is that we're going to run out of cash and we're going to go bankrupt. And in October, that's what people were putting out in the press. That's what your short community was doing. They were saying this company is going to run out of money in 2023.
Something like a rights offering. If we had been presented with something, I know there's a ton of legalities with that kind of BS because there's all kinds of.
We might do a rights offering.
A rights offering would be right up the alley. It'd be right up our alley.
We might do a rights offering. That's been on the table for 2 years. It's one of the things that we might do. We've done other things first because in our professional judgment, we thought they were smarter things to do.
Look, to say that you're not doing.
So a rights offering is when the company will offer existing shareholders to buy new shares that are being issued by the company at a slight discount. They'll offer them to the existing shareholders first before offering them to the public or anyone else. So that's what they mean by a rights offering. And we actually suggested this in 2021 when there was this whole big debate about dilution and all this nonsense. Well, the company needs to raise money and the shareholders get first crack at the new shares. What's the problem? I don't see a problem. But yeah.
Anything is I would never say that. You are crushing it. Now, the rights offering, I think we should circle back to that, and kind of see where maybe we can get the community hyped up about that.
It's possible. But among other things, with rights offerings, they have to stay open for 30 days. And you don't know what can happen to the stock during the 30-day period that it stays open. So if a short seller wants to play games with your head, they could push the stock price down during the period when the rights offering is going. So you'd have to pay more money than market price.
And the pastor's been doing this for the past year.
No, they've been doing it for the past 5 years. 5 years. But more so in the last 2.5 years than the first 2.5 years. But the only way to beat them, is to strengthen the company and destroy the short thesis so that they move on to other places.
All right, Aaron.
All right, good night.
All the best to you. Thank you so much for your time. You got my card. Let's connect. I mean, if we can.
Well, all the best.
All right, all the best.
But I'm
to you,
just
sir.
telling you, there's only one thing you can root for. We sell more tickets. We raise more two things. We raise more cups, and we sell more tickets.
We got ideas for that, just so you know. You remember the idea I told you, right?
We got ideas for that.
So, Common Sense Investor has this amazing idea to take AMC theaters, the YouTube.
All right. Do we need to? Didn't he already say that?
We share it to the masses, right? And we get people eyeballs on the movie, and we just start branding AMC like crazy, right? If there's going to be new headgear or new cups, we push that too, right? And say, hey, go out and get your cups.
Headgear.
All the marketing for you for free. All these individuals here. You do. Just make sure you've got a team prepared for us to give us the content so we can share it, right? And I think it'll be a banger, and the money that you make off YouTube will blow your mind. All right. Hey, take care.
All right, bye.
Tonight, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. I'm sleeping here at the. Yeah, you don't want to know.
Wow. Jesus Christ. Okay, I think that's it. What happens when Adam Aaron comes on YouTube at the urging of this clown and finds out that he was secretly recorded? That's what I want to know. You know? Ugh. Like one of those beer hats? I don't know. I was thinking more like, I don't know, like a Super Mario Brothers hat or something. I don't know. Okay, what's going on in the futures market? Do I even want to know? No, not really. Yippee. NASDAQ is right at unchanged. And, normally I have the Dow down here, but I changed it to the Russell, but, shit. Why am I drawing a blank here on the, it's YM. Everything's just going sideways, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much sideways. Natural gas is down a little bit. Why is Tesla on here? What else can we put? Oh, I normally have gasoline futures there. That's right. Oh, gasoline futures are down. Does that mean gas prices are going to go down? Pretty much been the same around here. What, 350, I think? Anyway. All right, so coming back over here. I just decided to check out some of the other meme stocks here. GTII. Lou's got a video on GTII.
Yeah, I had a bit of coffee. So
Good.
I've been contacted about the GTI. Listen, right now GTI is at 113. Now that's after the whole dividend thing like that. And I was telling people that it's not just because of that, it's not going to go to the ceiling. No, it's going to take a while because that is a form of, people don't like when I say it, but it's a form of unauthorized dilution because the shares that hit the street. Now, yeah, you can't sell it. I get it. It's locked in, but the street does whatever the fuck they want to do. So it takes time to, whatever. Now, as it gets closer and closer to that time frame where people can, obviously, move that around retail, obviously you'll start to see climb up. But let me just say something. The that I see on GTI within about $1.80 to about 220, 230, more or less. That's kind of like I see the buffer, the ceiling as far as like them keeping.
Here's GTII, by the way.
Right now, it's at one.
It's shit. Just say it, Lou. It's shit.
Rise up on that, There's some things that are obviously going to happen with the whole Alpine stuff like that, as far as like who's going to take over their shorts and shit like that. So I'm just waiting there. But at $1.13, it's not. That's a cheap price. Could it have up a movement?
That's a cheap price.
GTI has a retail following. It's had its run before, and I wish the company would have fucking stepped up like I fucking.
So,
just stepped the.
Okay, Lou, for a second here. This is what we call an overhead supply zone. Let's just put it right there. This is your overhead supply zone. Notice how anytime it gets close to this zone, pops down. Is it likely for it to go over this at lower edge of the overhead supply zone? No. Quite frankly, no. Let's just label it just, to be clear. Here's the overhead supply zone right there. So, you can see in the volume profile here, like how much trading was taking place here, how much consolidation here. Look at the volume that took it up. Well, how much did it take it up? It took it up, 1,000%, 1,100%. Over 1,100%. And then back down. So anyway, yeah, look at this volume. It's this is a daily chart. These candles right here are 8 million in volume, 8 million, 6 million, yada yada yada. What are we at now? Oh, less than 1 million? Oh, there's 1 million, right? 1.45 million. There's 1 million right there. 1.26, 1.08. Volume is not there. It's not there on anything, really, but anyway.
Fuck up and then, whatever. I'm not going to get into that stuff, but here we are now. My thing is around around that price range, that's where you'll start to see some movement. It's going to cost a good chunk of money to push it down afterwards, and the street isn't really that way. So you might see some good movement again the second roundabout. But remember, at $1.13 price you can see on this.
What's the real price, Lou?
Everybody holds. That's just all it is. But something like this, couple of bucks moving up, probably somewhere around what we had before. Because remember, something has to take us far back, so there has to be some major covering. But there's some liquidity issues that are coming up across the board.
Oh, is it drying up?
We're going into some dark shit. Yeah, the big dogs, they're covered, but the other ones, no. So that's kind of like my my breakout price. If GTI,
I thought the little devils covered first, and they got vaporized first, and then the big ones. I don't know. All that happens is that the pumper get in at a cheap buy and let those fools push it up, then sell on the way up. Yep. Bingo. Pump and dump.
is able to push past it.
Classic.
220, 230. If we get around that point, then you can start seeing your 5, 6, and then possibly going up higher from there.
Well,
one of the stocks.
I mean, not really. I mean, you had something similar to that. You had, I mean, here, $2. Barely hit $3. Boom, slam down. You didn't even, you didn't even make it to 250 here practically. Slam back down. So you get to $2. What does the evidence say? The evidence says you get to $2, you're going to pop straight back down. Not you're going to go up to $3, $4, $5, $6. I mean, this is what the chart is showing us. This isn't a cycle. This isn't cycle theory. This is the fact that, yeah, when this stock gets to these prices, what tends to normally happen? Does it go further up or does it go down? It goes down. That's the reality. Not whatever Lou's saying. But, understand. Understand, he's a pumper, so he's going to say that.
GTI, I'm keeping my eye on it, but like I said, it wasn't going to, people got pissed when I was like, yeah, it wasn't going to be immediate because, we already know any shares on the street they can use. They could do all kinds of nefarious shit with. People
oh, yeah.
believe in that shit, but it happens. That being said, I'm keeping my eye on it. But that's more or less the price range that I see a breakout possibly happening. So, there you go. GTI video for you.
All right, I'm going to come back and pick up Model 3 Dude. Had a couple links here. I'm going to hit those, and then we're probably going to call it a night. It's 9 o'clock. But let's see what we got here. This is the first one. Listen to this crap.
It's time to wrap this up. It's time.
Oh, my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Triggered.
ACC proposes new margin call plan in response to GameStop holds.
All right.
The subtitle is the
When's this from?
Investors look to GameStop and AMC as the SEC makes new rules proposals. Bim bada boom, with these current proposals look alike.
I want to see that. I'm going to look this up in my other window here. I want to see the original. All right.
Look to GameStop and AMC as the SEC makes new rules proposals. Bim bada boom, with these current proposals look alike, the margin calls will have a very clear path looking forward. Security and Exchange Commission proposed giving clearinghouses more power to make intraday margin calls. The goal here looks like will be something that will happen in 2021 to be prevented. No longer will be suspended bias and purchasing particular securities. There will be no issues with issuing margin calls. Somebody got afraid to issue margin calls in 2021, as you may have guessed. Now, essentially, SEC with this particular rule that they already voted for will limit the holds. I understand holds are something that pisses off everyone who is trading. And as you can...
All right, I found the original article. I guess it was originally on Investor Place, but bada bing, bada boom. Here it is. Right? SEC proposes new margin call plan in response to GameStop halts. May 19th, 2023. Volatility is nothing new for GameStop, and as of this writing, GameStop is down about 4%. Shares of GameStop, blah, 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 blah. Still, while shares have been trading better, the days of extreme volatility may be over for GameStop. Oh, he didn't read this part. Well, actually, look at that. He cut it off. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. He cut off the first sentence of this fucking paragraph. Let me pop back over to the video. Look. Look at this clown. That's due to recent news from the SEC. Still, while shares have been trading better, the days of extreme volatility may be over for GME. That's due to recent news from the US SEC. This fucking fucking bastard, look, he cut off the first fucking sentence of that paragraph because he doesn't want you to see that they said the days of extreme volatility may be over for GameStop. Here, all we see is for GME. Wow, I'm not surprised, but fuck you, Angelo. Fuck you. That's cherry picking at its most egregious. Oh my God. All right.
Over here, recently the SEC
wow.
to propose a plan to booster the resiliency of clearing houses during times of significant market crisis. So essentially what this actually means, they're trying to say that if there is...
Well, it says market stress, not crisis, but okay, whatever. Make it crisis.
For example, GameStop jumped from, let's say, $70 in a couple of days all the way up to $450. So holds. With this particular new alignment, the clearinghouse will be able to support any short squeeze coming around the corner, issuing through the broker margin calls required to the positions that are short, that are betting on the downtrend without any...
Let's go back to the article and see what it actually says. Okay, they said the following about the recent proposal. We could go straight to the SEC here and see, but I mean, the article is highlighting this. It says, it's quote, the Securities and Exchange Commission today proposed rule changes that would improve the resilience in recovery and wind down planning of covered clearing agencies. The proposal would amend the existing rules regarding intraday margin and the use of substantive inputs to a covered clearing agency's risk-based margin system and add a new rule to establish requirements for the contents of a covered clearing agency's recovery and wind down plan. Put more simply, by Bloomberg law, the plan gives clearing firms new powers to make intraday margin calls. So how does it affect GameStop? Well, right now, the move doesn't impact shares very much, at least not yet. First of all, it's just a proposal. It needs to be voted on. It's an attempt to limit the intraday volatility, which we saw can be extreme during certain periods of the market. That's the part he doesn't want you to see. Limit the intraday volatility. Eric Gensler said this proposal would help ensure the continuity of clearing services, blah, 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 blah. Will this move sink GameStop? The author doesn't think so. It might prevent the absurdity that we saw at the height of the meme stock craze with an emphasis on might, but even then, it's no guarantee. No guarantee. So how is Kiev Angelo going to spin this?
Any issues. So essentially, nobody will be preventing people from having more and more losses.
Charlotte,
what happened with the
whole thing about halts is all you need to know. If a stock goes up by too much in a 5-minute period, that's all it is. If the stock goes up too much in a short period of time, it gets halted. If it goes down by too much, and it's the same amount, up or down, if a stock goes up or down by more than a certain percent, and it varies very slightly for different stocks, but for something like AMC, it's $5. If it goes up or down, 5%, during the regular trading session, yes, Ron, correct. Why? Because that type of extreme volatility can cause problems. Quite frankly, it's not normal, and it could indicate something going on, some manipulative trading, and it's a chance for everything to cool down for everybody. Everybody's halted. The whole stock is halted. It's not just for retail investors. It's not just for market makers. The stock does not trade, and this came out of well, I mean, they've had these circuit breakers for a while, but it came out of the 2008 crisis, and then also other flash crashes. But Yeah, I mean, the ones that are going up will continue. But of course, the apes they will fight you on that and say, well, you know, it was shooting up and they killed the momentum, and then when it came back after the halt, it started going down. And of course, it's like, well, how do you know it wouldn't have gone down anyway? Probably would have, but we tend to think of volatility, like extreme volatility, as something that's good, because it's an opportunity to make money, right? If you're playing these types of things, the trick is you have to, take profits. If you don't take profits, it doesn't matter. And then I could see why people would get salty about the halts because, they didn't take profits and they just watched it come back down. But, um, you know, the market at the end of the day, that type of extreme volatility is not necessarily indicative of like a healthy market. I'll just say that, you know. And think about AMC. Did it make sense for AMC to even be trading at $72? I would argue no. Of course not. I mean, they lost. So, I mean, how much money did they lose that quarter? So it had nothing to do with fundamentals, right? When things go away from being based on any type of reality, that's when these halts tend to happen. No, some don't like it. Some absolutely don't like it because they don't understand. They didn't take the time to, again, just like everything, they didn't take the time to understand that, there are very specific parameters. The stock has to go up by a certain amount in a certain period of time, but it's more complicated than that. They don't understand that. And we showed it. We went through it here before. They think that, of course, it's crime and whatever else. The reality is these things are automated. There is a it's a function built into the market in the exchange that if and it keeps track of how much it goes up and down, and it's always you know it's always um keeping track of that. And if it notices that it breaks the rule of it can't go up this much within this period of time, then it's going to halt. It's not like somebody's doing it manually. That's one thing that they don't understand or don't want to understand or whatever. Um, but and this is only during regular market hours, and I think maybe like doesn't it exclude like the last 15 minutes or something? I can't remember. Anyway, find that only some can trade after hours, feeling I'm missing something. Well, it just depends on your broker as far as who allows after hours trading and on what. But after hours, you know, yeah, tends not to really be that active, except for like things like earnings coming out and other events. But generally, the volume is way lower. After hours and at open are a dangerous place to play. Correct? Yeah. I mean, hell, I'd even throw market close in there too, because you have the closing auction at 550. I'm sorry, 350, 1550 or 350 Eastern time. And that is, you'll see these huge, huge candles of market closing auction, where you have an insane number of traders who put in orders to be executed at a certain price there. And so you see it pop up, way down. Um, and it could just, and then you get like the whole day has been a sell-off. So the last 5 minutes will then, it'll start popping back up. And if you're short or you've had puts, you'll get screwed. Or opposite, it's been going up all day. And then at the end of the day, some rationality comes back in. Oh shit, I better sell this. I don't want to hold this. So, it can be dangerous too. But you just need to have a broker that allows pre and post market trading, and most of them do. I don't know about Canadian brokers, but um, hell, Robinhood is going to be offering 24-hour trading, or maybe they already are. I saw that recently. Anyway, let's go back to this retard here. And yeah, just because it's running at pre, it will very easily dump at open. So, and I mean, how many times do we see that? Pump and dump and pump and dump.
Exchange and how the Chinese tycoon, remember, had $1 billion worth of short position, which escalated much greater. They suspend trading, they put on holds. Someone might actually said that this is simply indirectly supporting and helping particular negative positioning on the market. Now with these particular changes, things might look very different. And to put things into perspective,
yeah, they might look different.
Changes that would improve.
They might look different in that, you know, the days of extreme volatility may be over for GameStop. And that's what that link goes to a Reuters article. And it says here, what does it say here? Intraday margin calls have been important in our markets. It happened during the volatility around the so-called meme stock events. We also had margin calls in March of this year when we had heightened treasury volatility. January 2021, blah, blah, blah. Under SEC proposal, clearinghouses would have to establish specific requirements in their recovery and wind down plans, including describing how the plans would be reviewed and tested. Greater consistency across recovery and wind down plans would enhance resiliency. Okay, but I don't know. It doesn't actually even say. It actually doesn't even talk about the extreme volatility being over for GameStop in that article at all. So it just says that it happened during the volatility. We also had intraday. They're saying that they already did these intraday margin calls in January 2021. So I don't know. Who knows? It's hard to figure out exactly what they mean if they already had it. I guess anyway.
Recovery.
We already looked at all this, and he cherry picked the article. I mean, what an asshole. Leave out the most important, you know, negative thing for AMC. Whoops. And then let's look at Model 3 Dude's other, since the first one was so good.
I guess it's time to wrap this up. It's time to get paid. SEC proposed.
Oh, same one. Okay, so I see what you meant. Yeah, just one link. So we already did it. All right, cool. Oh, look at this. Market is about to set a massive bull trap from day to zero. A massive bull trap, huh? You don't say. Wow, amazing. Well, I might be going long tomorrow if this clown says it's going to be a bull trap. What about Ants Trades? Has he been around? Same one. Cool. Got it. Model 3 Dude. Oh, yeah, he is. He is. Oh, boy.
So I'm going to throw together another video right now.
Great.
I'm not going to really be talking about SPY too much. We know SPY is bullish, but I am going to be covering AMC once again.
We know SPY is bullish? We know SPY is bullish. Wow. Okay. Great.
And I'm going to go over the...
I gotta take my headphones off and make a phone call real quick, but I'll be listening, and I'll be right back.
Possible scenarios of where we could possibly be in the uptrend and what we can expect for the next week and the weeks to come after that. So I went over this yesterday. I'm going to do it again. This is my original thesis, that this pattern that played out prior to the squeeze in January 2021 is playing out again. Pretty much bar for bar. This bars pattern right here is pulled from this and overlaid on top. The only difference with this is that this is descending, so the price action is descending, but it's still playing out perfectly. I showed you with the bars overlaid yesterday as well, and I went over it. How you come down, bounce up, down to the W sequence here, come up to the top, down, shelf, down, you get the wick down, chop, wick up, the cup here, down, up, back to the top. And the blue segment right here, I had to fragment this because we're barcoding and barely seeing volume on a daily basis. So we're moving very, very slowly, being pushed to the right, but still When fragmented, the bars are perfect, overlaid here. You can see the movement is perfect. I went over this already. We got our first bottom, we got the tri-peak in the middle of the W, and we got our second bottom, and we're somewhere in this uptrend in this channel here, as I mentioned yesterday. So undeniably, the bottom is in. You don't have to worry about downside anymore. Undeniably, the bottom is in. Undeniably, we are in this uptrend. It's a matter of where in the uptrend we are. So that's pretty much that. And I showed this as well. And this is just showing the first bottom here, the 3 peaks in the middle, marked by the green
Well,
flags.
thanks, Charlotte. Appreciate that.
And you come down to your
thanks for coming back and, you know,
that you trade in for a while before you gap over it, bounce off of it as support,
hanging out with us
from there. Same exact thing here. We got our second bottom here, and we're somewhere in this channel. It's just a matter of where in the channel we actually are. Now, the two possible scenarios, from what I can see, because I've been playing around with the chart, trying to pretty much figure out where exactly we could be in this channel.
You're not anywhere in the channel. I mean, that makes no sense. That's nonsensical. If anybody, I mean, you know, nobody talks like this. Okay, this is nonsense. Complete nonsense. We're not at a point in the channel that will predict anything, because that's not how it works. I mean, do we need to go back to the credit card debt chart? I mean, come on. Like, you're talking about shit that happened back here. I mean, the credit card chart, for all intents and purposes here, is my chart today as far as why there will not be a MOAS. You're talking about shit that happened back here. Guess what? When credit card debt was the lowest that it's been in years, going back to like 2017, and everybody's getting free money, and everybody's rent, you know, everybody can, you know, pay things late and all this kind of stuff. You were going to throw all kinds of money at worthless stocks because the mania, you're in the thick of the mania. But yeah, we're not there anymore. We're looking at record high credit card debt. So I don't care where you are in this channel. This channel, the original channel, happened during a different macroeconomic climate. Now we're in a different one that is likely heading into recession. Credit card debt's at an all-time high. Personal savings are at a 20-year low. Yeah, no, this ain't going to happen. Not going to happen. And by the way, it doesn't even fucking match up. It's not tracking one for one. This is a fucking peak right here. This is a fucking low point. So no, it's not the fucking same, you dumb fuck.
Those that I see as a possibility. I'm taking the possibility that we are already in this flag here, the gap up over the, this is the January 19th to the 22nd flag sequence. I'm throwing that out the window. Just based off the fact that we're still trading in this channel here, and this is arguably the fractal break, the macro fractal break that takes you to your squeeze. Just based off of that, I'm just going to throw that out the window. And the two scenarios that I have as far as where we are in this channel right now is right here. This would be January 13th, where you come down here and then you're pretty much battling for the bottom side of the channel here, battling to reclaim the channel, wicking into it, breaking below, wick into it, break below, same thing over and over, forming higher lows here. Before you come back up to the top of the channel, which would be January 15th, you come down one more time, and then you gap up from there. That's scenario one. That would be January 13th. Scenario two is that this was January 15th.
It's not January 15th.
Here, and this downside.
It was May, whatever.
Downside here, and we'd be expecting a gap up more than likely next week. So
this is the worst type of shit.
To go over everything I just said.
Like, I'm sorry, but it's not. These kind of people want to reduce this to, I don't know. the phrase monkey see, monkey do is coming into my head, but it's not really correct. Although there is a bit of that too, but it's like you want to literally think that it's going to follow a same pattern. It just doesn't work like that. And I'm not saying there aren't patterns. There are patterns, but they're not like this. The patterns are things like, oh, well, AMC does better at this time of year. So there's usually, the stock price usually rises during this period of time. And that's called seasonality. And we have looked at that before, and we can look at it again. But that's different than what these guys are talking about. Now they're talking about like squeezes and stuff. Okay. Now it's interesting because if you look at these seasonality charts, you got to be careful because, like, I could pull up this one, for example, momentarily. Okay, this one here. Okay, seasonality. So it's showing us now. Problem here is, if you look at it's very small, but it says time frame, 9-year range. Oh, let's barely see that. 9-year range ending 12/31/22. So this includes the June 2021 run up. It includes that. So to me, this is a poison chart. I don't care about that because that was an aberration. So what we have to do is find one from a might have to do it. How did I do this before? I think I custom range, and I want to go up to, like, I don't know. Let's just exclude 2020 even if we can. December, end of December. I don't know if this is going to be right or not. This is probably going to know. This is somehow. Oh, I know how I did it. I did it on the Internet Archive. That's right. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember how you get around some of this stuff. So I went here and put in the URL. And Charlotte, what are people saying in Canada about the whole economy, debt, whatever, blah, blah, blah thing? People think there's going to be a recession, like, or are they optimistic? I'm just curious what you've noticed. And I don't know why it's only showing me that, but this will work. This one right here will work from October 2020 because it's not going to include 2020. So let's get this older seasonality chart that excludes 2021. Okay, that's a bit different, isn't it? Look at this. So this right here, this is post the apes. This is the run up here. This is from 2020. So this is a 6-year range ending on the end of the year 2019. Okay, this is what this seasonality is supposed to look like. Notice it doesn't have this run up in June. Oh yeah, there's a little bit in the middle of the month that, goes up. But look, where does AMC typically enjoy higher stock prices? Well, it's in March and April. And as much as 15% up, right? Then a little bit here in going into September, maybe 10% up. And then maybe a little around Halloween, right? And then maybe a little bit, but we're heading to the end of the year, and this is when the stock underperforms. Okay, so that, like, now when you look at this, you still see a little bit in March and April, and you see that here in September. I think it was September. Yeah, the September peak here, that one's intact. And the end of October and whatnot, but still, this 9-year range ending in 2022, it's still up over 100%. So this is, to me, it's tainted, and that means this chart here means nothing to me. Now I'm not saying that this one is more accurate, just displaying, just illustrating what 2021 did to the expected, seasonality. But this is based on, the historical performance of the stock. Why? Because what happens during these times? What is the company doing? What is business like? And you can look at this actually for all different things. Like we could look at, SPY seasonality chart, and we can get that too. We can see, that this actually, and this is a 20-year range ending at the end of last year. It's a 20-year range. It's based on 20 years of charts. And we can see that compared to AMC, which is this one here, which, goes down to the end of the year. It's at the lowest point. The S&P, is where are we at now? We're in May. So, yeah, we may go sideways a little bit here, but of course, this is based on historical. So things are different this year, may not follow the same patterns. Here's the September bump right here in the middle. That matches up with AMC, but this doesn't necessarily. And actually, there's a function on here that will do AMC relative to the S&P 500. So this is kind of interesting. AMC relative to the S&P 500. This is the 2021. It excludes 2021. So it says, it underperforms the S&P as much as 20 by as much as 20% at the end of the year. Right? Here's where it kind of matches it in that little thing there. So this is these are the kind of patterns that you can find value in. Maybe in more normal times, quote unquote, whatever that means. But this isn't really a cycle theory. This is a seasonality chart. So companies perform differently at different times of the year. And of course, in an index, that adds up to, the whole index performing differently. This is legitimate. This is not legitimate. Notice we're not copying line patterns and superimposing them over anything else. We're not doing that.
And I'll use this one with the overlaid bars. All of this is finished. We finished our first bottom. We got the tri-peak in the middle. We got our second bottom, and we're in this uptrend here. This uptrend of bars here, it's a channel. That is where we are. It's just a matter of where in this channel we are. And the two scenarios that I have is we are in January 13th or we are in January.
Charlotte, I guess I was talking more about the economy rather than the stock market. Like, what do people think about the economy? Do they think it's garbage? Are they worried about a recession? Or are they just ho-humming along like nothing's wrong? And, how's inflation, for example? Is inflation as much of a problem there as I think we can agree it is here, or is there, I don't know. I'm not really asking about the market. Don't really care about the market. The market's going to do what the market's going to do. And, yeah, you could flip a coin probably and do better.
January 15th.
This point.
With that being said, more
food is outrageous.
I showed this yesterday as well. The trend angle low to low, 175 degrees in 2021, 177 degrees.
Oh, look at that.
Pretty much.
He's literally looking at the angle of a line in degrees. Wow, okay.
Just more confirmation there at the bottom is in fact in.
Oh my God.
Here's your first bottom, here's your tri-peak, first bottom, tri-peak, second bottom, lower low, and then the trend angle, and then you're in this channel here, same as here. Undeniably, we're tracking this perfectly, just very slow.
No, I can deny it.
A lot longer, and trying to track the micro, but it's very hard as we're barcoding and barely moving on a daily basis. This played out in about 20 days. From bottom to gap here was about 20 days. We're on day 70, I think. So we're moving very, very slowly. We're just being pushed to the right. Now, let's get into the scenarios. Scenario 1, January 15th. So this would be scenario 1, where here's your bottom as you have it here. And then the argument for this would be that the price action was compacted and played out a lot faster than the rest, which it's possible, but I'm not too sure about that. I'm honestly leaning towards the January 13th scenario, but for shits and gigs, we'll say it's January 15th. Here's your bottom, and then you work your way up to the top. This was more of a slow climb. Here's your top. This was just a rifle right back up to the top here. Come back down for the downside of it, as you do here. Come back up to the top of the channel one more time, as you do here, and then you get downside, break below the channel, and then gap from there. That would be the January 15th sequence. Again, look at the bars here and the days. This is a 30-minute chart versus a 4-hour chart from this green rectangle here until the gap, 16 days. Over here, the start of this green rectangle here to where we currently are, 71 days. We're moving very slow. We're tracking, but we're moving very slowly. Probably because we're expecting a huge move. The algo is preparing for a huge move to the upside, really trying to...
Oh, that's what it is.
Doesn't want to pay us.
Listen to that fucking garbage. The algo is preparing for a huge move to the upside. Buddy, that ain't how it works, okay? That just is not how it works. Looking at the futures here, we're just kind of chopping our way back and forth here, going sideways, technically down slightly. Nope, unchanged. NASDAQ is leading the charge slightly. We're seeing oil take a bit of a dive here. Also, natural gas taking another dive. So, they're walking it down, as they say. Stepping it down here. And we're also seeing the dollar, go basically sideways / down. What another boring, uneventful futures opening. Really not much here. I mean, that I can tell. Milk and eggs, not much of a change. Coffee up $5 at the grocery store. It could go on, but I might get pissed. Yeah, don't piss yourself off. Not worth it. Yeah, we're gonna kick the snippet very soon. I mean, we know what this guy's gonna say. It's just, same garbage. And of course, oh yeah, let's look at the options expiration calendar and count the number of days. See, this is what happens when you don't know anything about basically anything and you want to just look at things based on patterns and, oh, I noticed this. Correlation is not causation. Okay? That's basically what you got going on here. You have somebody who's not evidence-based and cannot take criticism, actually. So anyway, let's see. In your opinion, will AMC rise to and or pass $100? Yeah, sure. The gap up might be the news of the debt ceiling being lifted and continued bull market. Oh, I can't wait until they lift the debt ceiling limit. They raise the limit and the market crashes. Because, I mean, let's think about it. We've already rallied so much. These rallies have happened so much. By the way, I forgot. I was looking at some comments on here. The market has rallied so much already with very little correction. I'm not sure how anybody, well, anyway, whatever. I'm biased to the bearish side. I'll just, be honest about that. But I mean, look at this. I just don't like, okay, here's what year to date percentage. The NASDAQ is up 25%. SPY is up about just under 9%. Now, things got so out of hand that I didn't actually have lines. I did not have lines drawn up here at all. So not that it really would have helped because there's nothing back here that it would have caught, but I mean, I guess I can do some lines on what's going on the points of control. Oops. I don't know why I was doing that, why that was happening. All right. You know, I mean, but I don't know how useful this really is going to be. It should be there. You know, that's an regular and reset. Where's my lines? Oh, no. No. There we go. Oh, it turns that off with it. All right. I mean, honestly, this fucking thing should be at least 20 fucking dollars lower than it is, in my opinion. And it says short covering, gamma squeeze, basically bullshit. And to think that this won't come out, I mean, I think is completely delusional. Completely delusional. We're looking at it. We're looking at something like this here. Oops. We're looking at something like this, or something like this, or something like this, but probably more like something like this over here. We're looking at something like this. Yeah, it's just not sustainable, in my opinion. But I'm not putting my money where my mouth is. But look, I mean, you know, at the same time that you had this ridiculous fucking rally in risk assets and growth stock, tech stocks, look at what the bonds were doing. Look at what the 10-year yield was doing. It was climbing. Does that make sense? No. No. We had the dollar also climbing. Correlations have gone, you know, wacky. This is when it tells me, you know, this is a Wall Street scam. Fuck this. I'm out. I'm out. You've already gotten enough of my money. And the thing that's really going to piss me off, if it does, the bottom does fall out this week, which it could, that will be even more frustrating because, yeah, I was right. I was just early. I hate that. Fuck you, Wall Street, you cocksucker hunts, scammer fucks. But anyway, it's my fault. Knowing the market is closed here tomorrow, you're probably better off for it, Charlotte, to be honest with you. Probably better off for it. And let's see if there's anything else here. On the bright side, Mondays are boring anyway. Well, you can still watch the market and you can see how ridiculous, what the ridiculous shit we're dealing with here is. And, you know, it might be fun, but crypto is, let's see. They're walking crypto. Look at that. They're walking crypto down. Are they walking the NASDAQ down with it? I don't know. Let's find out. Well, maybe. It's hard to tell based off that. Anyway. But, you know, and also another thing that was really pissing me off. You got to go back to some of these days back here, but I mean, you were seeing the biggest moves, green candles, and you can't really see it on this. I forget what time period I was on, but the mismatch in volume, basically the moves were bigger to the upside on less volume than the downside was with the same volume or more. So essentially, yeah, it was, you know, I don't know, a scam. I don't know. In my opinion, most of this shit is at this point. Like, how can there? I mean, and then feed me some fucking debt ceiling optimism. I mean, give me a fucking break. Yeah, that makes the AI stocks rally. Yeah, right. Like Nvidia. Look at this, 312, 312. I mean, I got fucked on some call options back here. This is the scam of this market. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. But then let's pop up literally 40, what? $30, $32. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, like that'll hold. Like that will fucking hold. And Apple, don't even get me fucking started. Fuck Apple. I don't trade Apple. Not that masochistic, but I mean, Jesus Christ. Fuck you. What does Apple have to do with AI? What does Apple have a goddamn thing to do with AI? Nothing. Look at Bed Bath. Oh, no, never mind. Don't look at that. Meta. Oh, Meta. 245. Yeah, great. That's very deserving. Tesla, 180. I have a feeling this is going to do a 180. Yeah, it's all a cash grab, and that's the thing about this market, the market in general. It is a bit of a Ponzi scheme. I mean, you can't deny that fact. It is a bit of a Ponzi scheme. Because, yeah, you could get out. You could get out at the top. Or you could not get out at the top, and you're screwed. And that's what happened with the apes. It's exactly what happened. And now they're stuck. They're like the Charles Ponzi victims that held on to their stamps because they refused to believe that they got scammed and that they were worthless, even though Charles Ponzi was already in jail. He had already been jailed. So we're looking at something like that. But and at the end of the day, the market will do what the market will do. And it's not always rational. Sometimes it's highly irrational. And it's almost like the more irrational it gets, the more likely it is to continue to be irrational, which is what happened on Friday. And I was totally fucking stupid. And I should have known that. I did know that, but I just refused to believe it. But anyway, nothing can ever just be what it is. Because if it were, it would be too obvious. And if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. Right? So now, obviously, in my mind, obviously this market needs to go down. Does that mean it's not going to go down? It has to go down at some point. I've thought that consistently. However, now you have a bullish sentiment starting to form. Once enough people are bullish and Wall Street determines that they can trap people on the other side, that's when we'll start to see a sell-off. It'll be a fake sell-off, of course, because we see these V-shaped sell-offs and buybacks all the time, almost every day. Pretty suspicious in my mind. Like, oh my God, look at this sell-off. Oh my God, look at that buyback. Yeah, really? That's amazing. What a resilient market. What an amazingly resilient market. Look at this V-shaped recovery. Wow. Yeah, this is Wall Street jerking off in your fucking face. That is all that this is. This is garbage. Garbage. Oh, what was the catalyst for this one? Debt ceiling worries? What was it here? Debt ceiling optimism? Oh, look at this one. Pump, dump, pump even higher. Fucking ridiculous. None of this shit actually means anything. In terms of what's going to happen tomorrow, it could be anything. And if you try to the moment that you think you've found the key, they change the lock I got the locks changed on me a couple times last couple weeks. I don't have any keys left. I have no keys left. So that's fine. That's fine. Anyway, and let's see, with that, let's see if we got anything. Looking for something positive to end on here, but I don't know if that's possible. Charlotte, have a good night. Thank you. Take care. Thanks for being here. I'm going to pull up something. Oh, I don't even know. I haven't really. Let's see. Just looking for something to play us out here that's not Tom Vu, even though, you know, of course, Tom Vu is always a good choice, but maybe a little bit more informative. So let's see. And we may not find anything. So, oops.
I do.
Whoops. Let's see. All right, so we have, all right.
We're expecting further negotiations to pick up on the debt ceiling deal. And of course, we know that this truncated President Biden's Asia trip and it remains a distraction back home. What are we expecting in the next hours and days?
This is the big thing this week.
Well, you know, aides to the White House and the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives are supposed to meet just about now, actually, which of course is already a good, if you like, a potentially good sign that they're at the table. And then President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy agreed during a call that Biden had from Air Force One while returning from the G7 in Japan to meet on Monday. That will surely be seen as a good sign, including the fact that that McCarthy said he had McCarthy said that this initial call with Biden was productive.
Productive.
Choice of words you hadn't heard over the last.
Oh, okay.
So which were more marked by a lot of recrimination between the two sides about who's at fault for making, you know, what each side said was unreasonable demands.
Tony, Janet Yellen saying that there's not enough money, we won't get into the details, to get all the way to June 15th if something isn't decided by June 1st. She has mentioned this broadly before. It sounds to me like they don't know exactly what the money's going to look like, but that this is part of the negotiations. Or
Isn't that kind of concerning? They don't know.
On the Republicans to
I
get
don't know.
to the table and agree with what the Democrats want.
They don't know when it'll run out.
For some time, as you say.
How do they know what they have? How do they know what the obligations are? I mean, that's kind of just like tells me they don't know. They have no clue. They just know they just know they need more money, right?
She's raised the possibility that as soon as June 1st, the U.S. Would no longer be able to pay its bills, which of course is not so long ago seemed unthinkable. The June 15th date sort of came up in a connected context that
I mean, it's kind of absurd, but
tax revenues on June 15th, but that you shouldn't count on being able to get there before the money, quote unquote, runs out. And she had some very specific warnings about, not only would the U.S. then have to make choice, or she had a very specific warning about the choices that the U.S. would have to make, including obviously default, which would mean no longer paying interest on the debt, or also things like cutting off or suspending Social Security payments.
That's not good.
Domestically, and it all, of course, adds up to a very dire scenario that that you have to say the administration has been warning about for months.
Yeah, the Republicans don't want Social Security payments not to go out because all those elderly people.
In fact, since January, when the Treasury
or GOP voters
extraordinary measures that now are at risk of literally.
All right. Of course, we don't want anybody to have to go through that trap. It is a manufactured fake debate. They will raise the debt ceiling at the 11th hour. So anyway, thanks guys. Hopefully I'll be doing a stream this week. Things have been busy for me and had a lot to deal with here. So thanks for sticking with me, hanging out with me. And let's this is what happens.
This is what happens when you work to change things. And first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.
She's going to prison at the end of this month, Did you see that? Was it the end of this month? I think it's the end of this month. She's reporting for prison. Well, she's supposed to anyway. Also, I do have an idea too. Oh yeah, May 30th in Texas. She must report to prison. She's got an 11-year sentence. Also, one thing that I'm going to start doing. So you've seen these. We've seen some of these, and I meant to watch one earlier, but whatever. Froggy's 2 cents, where he has these shorter videos. Well, this one is 17 minutes. So my idea is for it to be short. Maybe not a quote unquote short, but 2 minutes, 3 minutes, less than 5 for sure. Froggy's 2 cents. Well, you'll see Scotty's Nickel on the Grass series start to come out, which will be a similar idea, reacting to segments of videos, ideas in general, like this. Lynn said 2 cents is, too low. She suggested a dime, I think, but I like Nickel on the Grass, so we'll see that. What do you think about that? Scotty's Nickel on the Grass. That way, get back into making some videos, and also, trying to get some more views. Through a different form rather than these live streams. What do we got there? Those sunglasses, a bowl full of marbles, drinking fountain for bees. Bees. All right. Now he has one, a recent one, that I thought was probably going to be pretty good. Not the Bud Light shit. I mean, oh my God, Bud Light sales down 90% at Sam's Club. Jeez. I mean, these are just too long. I mean, Scotty's Nickel on the Grass cannot be anywhere near this long. It has to be short. Every video has to be short. That is it. It has to be short. So anyway, also CSI had some videos, but anyway, I gotta get out of here. Have a good one, guys. See ya.